hello. Here, let me open up stream. Wait, no, then you don't get to see me. Oh well, it's okay. Hello. How are you guys today? I thought it said that I had completed a quest. I have not completed a quest. Wait, which one can we do? Oh, the blue one. It's certainly Wednesday. It sure is, isn't it? Sure is. I feel like this month doesn't exist. I feel like maybe we're unexistent right now. I need a mage. I don't even have a mage? What the? What the? Oh, there's a mage. I'm listening to Miss Billie Eilish's album. It's very good. If you haven't listened to it before yet, you should. But like with headphones, and you have to listen to it all at once in one sitting. Cat made no. What do you mean cat made no? Where did that come from? It's nice production. Phineas and Billy are really, really good together. I was listening to an interview with Phineas where he was breaking down like some of his music and like how he uses sounds as instruments is so cool. Like he used like this car crashing and then all the glass breaking as like I think as a snare or some sort of drum thing. Like he just kept on using like this crashing noise because it was the theme to the song. Me too. I mean, I'd say I listen to her when I want to, but not like, I'd say, oh, that's hard to say. Like, I will always listen to her album because it's always gonna be extremely wild. I know that. And I like that she doesn't belt in a lot of her songs. She does sometimes, and when she does, she can really belt. But most of the time, her songs, she's just kind of like singing in like a very breathy kind of way. And sometimes not even breathy. It's like so like soft but strong and also high pitched. It's really cool. You don't get many artists that sing like that. And also her lyrics are really cool. A lot of people give her poop for just talking and miss a lot because that's so dumb of them. She's so good. And it's also so insane when you listen to Ocean Eyes and like know she was like 12 when she recorded that. That's crazy. That's a little cuckoo crazy. Oh my gosh, Phil, you have one of the flying people. That's so cool. Alright guys, today we're finishing Long Shadows. Oh yeah, I got a tornado. Oh my goodness. Are you okay? Did you get the tornado? We had like a really big wind swell here yesterday. It's hard to pick my favorite song on Billy's album, but I think the Bittersweet has the same kind of, when she gets into the chorus of Bittersweet, it sounds a lot like this other song that I know that I really like. It's like, what is it? Kiru takunai? Kiru takunai? Kiru takunai? Something like that. Playing recorder with nostril. That is not what I wanted. Oh no, I hope that everybody is alright. Tornadoes are one of those really, like, I never had to deal with tornadoes. I'm in, like, earthquake zone. Tornadoes are real scary for me. Kiru, ta, nai. Is it not kiru taku nai? Oh no, a hospital. That's terrible. Kiru taku nai. Kiru taku nai, kiru taku nai, kiru taku nai. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, it kind of sounds like that, and I like that the way that they mash it together. Good stuff, good stuff. All of them got evacuated safely. Oh, good. Good, good, good. I think hospitals are one of the hardest things to, like, evacuate for obvious reasons. But also because, like, if you get the warning, like, oh, do we, like, it may hit us or it may not hit us. It may hit us badly and it may not hit us badly. Like, one of those situations where you have to, like, decide, like, okay, are we gonna move everybody out and evacuate them in case it hits us? Will that cause more harm if it doesn't hit us? You know what I mean? Good thing I don't have to make those decisions, because that's quite troubling. That is quite troubling. And I just realized I didn't get myself a drink. Evil me. Do I want some fruit punch or do I want some cherry lime Sprite? What do I want? Both of them? Maybe one of them? Either or of them? Thank you for the follow, Rui! Rika! Hello! How are you? I'm trying to decide if I want fruit punch or if I want Sprite. Van! Oh my god, I'm so happy you're here today, Van. It's the end. We're gonna finish it today. Thank you for the hearts! Yeah, and then in my school district, oh no. How are you? I'm good. I'm more woken up. Oh my god, Gibbons, your icon is so funny. Look at him. He's Gibbons. It's a little Gibbons. No, Van! That's okay. You can listen to it later and then tell me what you think. I think this is when the scene happens. The scene that heats everything up. Thank you. I have two models for this for my VTuber. This is my softer one that I like using when I do reading streams or like softer, gentler games. And then I have a more bold one that I use more often. But I like this one. It's so soft. Nice. The scene! I'm so excited. I'm pretty sure it's this. Based off of the snippet from the last book describing this book, I think it's this. I don't know how close it'll be. Like maybe we'll make it before you have to leave. But yeah, guys, should I get fruit punch or Sprite before we begin? Fruit punch or Sprite? Fruit punch or Sprite? Also, I'm eating like cute little like Christmas chocolates I haven't eaten. They're really good. Fruit punch? Actually, fruit punch. Mix them together. You know what? That could be good. You know what? That could be good. You know what? Let's do it. I'll be right back. Poor Man Shirley Temple. Disney that like one of those cherries that they stick in Shirley Temples. All right, let's mix it together. Got my fruit punch, got my Sprite. Cracked it open. It even is like cherry lime flavored, so I think that'll really add to it. Okay, mixed. You know? Pretty good. Pretty good. I think I added a little bit too much fruit punch, but I'll just drink more of it and add more Sprite. But yeah, this is pretty good. Yummy, even. Yummy, even. Hi, Cordy! Yes, today is Warrior Cat Wednesday. And today we're gonna finish... Ooga booga, ooga booga. We're gonna finish Long Shadows. That means we have to read about 140 pages. So we should start immediately, okay? We gotta start immediately. Okay. As always, guys, it may take me a little bit to get into the groove of reading. It may take me the entire stream. Who knows? We'll see. Wait, no, I have to do a summary. Okay, what happened previously? Okay, so this previously, so there's been 2 acts so far in this book. Abby! Trigger Happy Havoc! Oh my god, Danganronpa, my favorite thing. I mean, I guess it's not really my favorite thing. I never played it. Undefined, user not found. Why the heck isn't that thing working? It looks so cool if it would. If it did. Sad. In the land of Twitch, a bunny so bright, Abaddon hops from puzzle to fright with the sip and a cheer and Danganronpa and spear. They dance across the moon with no fear, collabs with pals. I don't know how to play, they jest, but laughter and joy are what they invest. A VTuber Enigma, an anime flare, all the streams you'll see there. Noodle's favorite child. Courtney, no! Your brain is fuzzy. Oh my gosh, mine is fuzzy too. It's been fuzzy for the past 2 days. I don't know why. Everybody go give Abby a follow. Abby is cute and good at art and beautiful and stunning. But yeah, I spent a very significant amount of my life in a Danganronpa sphere type area. And yet I've never played the games. I read them. I read the games on a form before they were translated. Yep. That's what I did. How far are you, Abby? Have you ever played the game before? Do you know what happens? Yo, sort of the same. I just watched translated YouTube videos. Ooh! Your brain requires some wah-wah. Wah-wah. Have some wah-wah. Thank you for the like, Nostrio! Yes, I played all of them before, but Nostril didn't. Oh, is Nostril playing with you? Or watching you play them? That's funny. I've only played, or I wouldn't say played, I guess like watched, read the first 2. But none of the ones after that. Aw, that's fun! Murder mystery at its finest. Okay. Continuing on. So, this book has been split up into 2 primary acts so far. The first act was that Soul had been in Shadow Clan and had kind of like had them hate the warrior code and being clans, and decided to, shift their faith in Star Clan. So they were kind of like trying to break off from Star Clan and the clans. And Tawny Pelt and her kids came over to Thunder Clan and were like, we hate Thunder. Or Tawny Pelt was like, I can't be there. They're so like terrible. And the 3 kids were like, we want to go live there still, but I want to live there as a clan. And so our main 3, J-Paw actually got a dream from the past leader and medicine cat of Shadow Clan asking for help. And so J-Paw and Hollyleaf and Lion Blaze and the 3 Kit's apprentices devised a plan to fake a Star Clan sign? Yeah, a Star Clan sign, so that Black Star will believe in Star Clan again. They did it. It worked. It was really cool. When I tell you I just finished the last mod. Still worked up because that was crazy. Gold! Nice! And so after that arc finished, we are into the sick arc, in which ThunderClan is really, really, really run down with sick cats. Like, so many cats have green cough. Nobody's died yet, but they could die. And J-Paw went into some dreams, and he had, you're eating a cat! You can't do that on Warrior Cat Wednesday. It's a sacred day of cats. And so, what was I saying? Right, J-Paw had a dream. A new cat, we don't really know who, probably like just turned into a warrior type age, talking to J-Paw or something like that. I'm not actually sure how. She's dead. That's it. She's dead. She told him about the wind and following the wind, and so J-Paw was like, okay, I'm gonna use my dream powers to go into Kessler Paw's dreams and check out where he has catmint, because they don't have any catmint, and that's the cure for grain cough. And so he finds some, but he can't go get it because he's blind, and it's too difficult. And also he has to take care of a bunch of sick cats. Like, literally half the clan is sick. Maybe even more than half the clan now. So he asked Lion Blaze to do it. And Lion Blaze is like, no, I can't. And then J-Paw's like, why? And he's like, I just can't. And the truth is, he's scared that if he goes into Wind Clan, he's going to wind up killing Heatherpaw. That's what he's scared about. He has like these nightmares about it. And so he hasn't been doing that, while the whole clan has been slowly getting worse and worse and worse. Firestar's sick, and he suggested that they move all the sick cats into the abandoned 2-leg nest and make that like a safe kind of like quarantine zone area where all the sick cats can be and be taken care of, and also get prey. Like, the other cats can give them like food and stuff, and it'll be good for them and good for the non-sick cats so they don't get sick. And so that's what they did. They got everything ready. They moved all the sick cats over there. And Lion Blaze still hasn't gotten catmint. And then the last time, Lion Blaze fell asleep, and he had a dream of the catmint and Wind Clan and about to jump over, and then Tiger Star visited him. J-Paw was guilt tripping him. I think he's right. I think he's right to do that. I think he should. Okay. I'll see you later, Ben. Have fun. Bye-bye. How many cats are gonna die for the plague? I don't know. We'll find out. So that's where we ended last time. Next week, I promise, when we start the new book. Chapter 14. Let us begin. Every muscle in J-Paw's body was yowling with exhaustion as he finished sniffing around the elder's den to make sure that every scrap of the tainted bedding had been removed. He stumbled back into the clearing and padded up to Leafpool. "It's okay," he reported. "Why don't you get some rest?" his mentor meowed. "Brambleclaw and Cinderheart have just brought us some fresh moss." J-Paw opened his jaws to protest that he could keep going as long as any cat. Then he thought the better of it. His job in Leafpools was finished for now. There was no reason why he couldn't catch up on his sleep. But, tired as he was, his paws were itching and his mind whirling. He knew his thoughts would keep him awake. "Thanks," he replied, "but I'd like to go out for a while." "Fine." Leafpool sounded faintly surprised. "Be careful, won't you?" "Sure." J-Paw wished he wouldn't keep trying to mother him. He had squirrel flight for that. Leafpool was just his mentor. He took off in a trot through the tunnel, where he passed Whitewing and Birchfall returning with bundles of bedding and headed for the lake. Pushing through the last of the undergrowth, J-Paw paused at the top of the bank overlooking the water. He could hear the smooth lapping of waves on the shore and the faint scrape of pebbles. Scenting carefully, he made his way to the hollow under the tree roots where he had hidden the stick. As he laid his paws on the scratched marks, the whispers of the long-ago warriors rose up around him. He strained to hear them clearly, but just as before, they stayed out of his reach. "Rock, do you have a message for me?" he meowed out loud. His head spun with thoughts of everything that had happened, the mysterious appearance of Soul, the fake sign that had become real and driven him from ShadowClan, the terrible sickness, and Firestar taking the sick cats away from the Stone Hollow. Wow, he summarized it for me! J-Paw felt as if he were a leaf spinning in eddies of wind. "It's all escaping from me, like prey running too fast. I'm supposed to have power, but I can't control anything." "Has it always been like this for the clans?" he murmured, fighting one battle after another. "In some battles no cat can win. I wonder if it was sickness that drove the first cats away from the lake." Yet again he ran his paw over the scratches, the record of the cats who had emerged victorious from the test in their tunnels, and of those who never came out. The whispers wafted around him like faint puffs of breeze, but J-Paw still couldn't make out their meaning. "What's the use of you if I can't hear you?" he protested. "Speak up a little, please. Tell me how to fight the sickness, or what I can say to Lionblaze to make him fetch the catmint." But the gentle whispering didn't change. Sighing, J-Paw lay down with his chin on the stick and closed his eyes. Damp soaking into his belly fur woke J-Paw. His muscles felt stiff and cramped with cold as he raised his head and looked around. He was in the underground cave, lit by a trickle of daylight from the roof far above his head. The river flowed past him a couple tail lengths away. J-Paw staggered to his paws. He expected to see Rock, but the ledge where the ancient cat usually crouched was empty, and there was no sign of him anywhere in the cave. Soft paw steps sounded behind J-Paw. He spun around to see a ginger and white Tom standing at the entrance to one of the tunnels. His green eyes looked haunted and somber, as if he couldn't shake off the memory of drowning when rain flooded the tunnels. "Fallen leaves!" J-Paw exclaimed. "I didn't think you would be back." Aching loneliness vibrated in the ancient cat's voice. "Are you going to stay with me this time?" Sympathy stabbed J-Paw, sharp as a thorn in his pad. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to be trapped down here, alone, for countless seasons. The last time he had seen Fallen Leaves, the ancient cat had saved his life, and the lives of his littermates, and WindClan cats, when floodwaters had risen while they were looking for the lost kits. "What happened to your clanmates?" J-Paw asked. "Why did they leave the lake?" Fallen Leaves looked down at his paws. "I don't know. I only knew that they had gone. Sharpclaw stopped coming into the tunnels, and the only sound from the moor was the wind. I have been on my own here for so long. I have lost count of the moons. He raised his head, his green eyes pleading. You and your friends were the first cats I had seen down here since I came in. I have to know why they left, J-Paw meowed. He couldn't explain it, but he was certain that the fate of those long-ago cats was bound up with the prophecy. Meeting Rock, finding the stick, feeling the whispers of ancient cats around him when he went to the moon pool, none of that had happened by chance, he was sure. He bounded towards the tunnel that led up to ThunderClan territory, brushing aside Fallen Leaves, who stared after him in dismay. Wait! Fallen Leaves called out. I thought you were going to stay with me. I have to know what happened, J-Paw insisted, with a last glance over his shoulder. The drowned cat was standing at the end of the tunnel, his eyes wide and distressed. J-Paw forced anger to stifle his pity. How can I stay with him? He muttered as he padded forward into the thick blackness of the tunnel. There are too many things I need to find out. I can't spend all my time hanging out with a dead cat. He expected to emerge in the woods above the hollow, awake and blind once more, or perhaps find himself on the lake shore with the stick. Instead, daylight began to gleam on the walls ahead of him, growing stronger as he padded on. He could hear the sound of leaves rustling in the wind. I must be still dreaming, he whispered. His paws tingling, J-Paw headed for the light. Rounding a curve in the tunnel, he saw a circle of daylight ahead of him. Excited voices broke the silence. Is it him? He's later than I thought he'd be. Do you think he got lost? J-Paw slowed his pace. Even if he was coming up inside WindClan, he should have known some of the voices, but they were all strangers to him. He didn't recognize any of the scents drifting towards him from the tunnel mouth. Where was he, and who was waiting for him? Then another voice reached him, making his paws freeze on the floor of the tunnel. Jayswing? Jayswing, is that you? Da-na-na-na. Wait, that was the shortest chapter I've ever read. Chapter 15. J-Paw forced his legs to carry him forward to the end of the tunnel. As he emerged, blinking, into brilliant sunlight, several cats crowded around him, mewing excitedly. Jaywing, it is you! Well done, you're a Sharpclaw now. Congratulations! At first, J-Paw couldn't make out individual cats among the press of furry bodies. Then a ginger and white she-cat thrust her way through the crowd. Her fur stood on end as she danced on restless paws. You're lucky Jay's wings survived the challenge, she owled. Her voice quivered with sorrow, and her amber eyes were full of bitterness. Have you forgotten that Fallen Leaves never came out of the tunnels? A small gray and white she-cat, her belly heavy with kits, padded up to her side and pressed her muzzle into her shoulder. Come on, Broken Shadow, she murmured. Let's go find a patch of sunshine to rest in. You don't understand, Rising Moon, Broken Shadow wailed, but she allowed the other she-cat to lead her away. J-Paw stared around him, his mind racing. He recognized the way the ground sloped down towards the entrance to the tunnels, but the trees were smaller, letting through the bright sunlight that had dazzled him. The spaces between the trees were mostly clear of undergrowth. It was like his home, yet not like it. Where am I? Who are these strange cats? Has ThunderClan been invaded? He spun around, looking for his clanmates. Looking. J-Paw shivered. This feels too real to be a dream. He could feel the wind in his fur and hear the voices of the other cats like birdsong in his ears. His belly was rumbling and his paws dragged as though he had truly been awake all night, searching for a way out of the tunnels in order to become a Sharpclaw. Oh my god, Surrybot, thanks. A pretty pale gray she-cat bounded up to him, her blue eyes sparkling with affection. She drew her tail down J-Paw's side. You're a Sharpclaw! This is so exciting! She meowed, bouncing gently on her paws. Suddenly, her tail dropped. I wish our mother could see you. J-Paw stiffened. The she-cat was his sister? Who does she think I am? Perhaps Falcon Swoop can see you. A silver-furred she-cat padded up to J-Paw. She was slender and graceful, with long legs and brilliant blue eyes. Do you really think so, Whispering Breeze? J-Paw's sister meowed hopefully. Precious dove's wing. You know how much Falcon Swoop loved you and Jay's wing while she was alive. I'm sure she still loves you, wherever she may be. I hope so, Dove's wing murmured. Wait, the battle's begun. Okay, brief intermission. Go! Oh, I forgot to put a spell. Oh well. Boom, boom. Oh my god, Petering, is that a giant beetle? We got this, guys. We got this. Gorilla! Plasma wild beast. Oh yeah, it is a gorilla! Ooh! Yippee! Oh, heck yeah, we went up a tier. Alright. Final boss, guys! Think you can handle it? Oh, there we go. Bam! Final boss! Archers again! It's time to J-Paw didn't understand. Don't these cats go to StarClan when they die? And why do they all seem to know me? Look, there's been a mistake, he began. I'm not who you think I am. And where's ThunderClan? Whispering Breeze stretched out her neck to give him a sniff. Are you okay? She queried. I think your brains got scrambled down in the tunnels. What's ThunderClan? Doveswing asked, faintly anxious. Did Rock tell you about it? Rock? J-Paw's belly lurched. Did Doveswing know the sightless cat who lived in the tunnels? He was about to ask her when another cat loomed over him, a dark ginger tabby tom with muscular shoulders and amber eyes. Don't forget Sharpclaws never talk about what goes on in the caves, he warned. That's a secret they must keep for the rest of their lives. It's okay, Furled Bracken, Doveswing assured him. J-Swing is just a bit confused. Furled Bracken grunted. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson? Where? Furled Bracken grunted. Just so long as he remembers what he was told when he went into the tunnels 2 nights ago. I haven't been in the tunnels for 2 nights, J-Paw protested. We were so worried when you didn't come out the first sunrise, Doveswing interrupted. We thought you'd been lost. Like fallen leaves. A new voice broke in. J-Paw turned and saw a hefty dark gray tabby tom with glittering ice blue eyes. Sadness radiated from his pelt. J-Paw picked up such a strong image of fallen leaves from his mind that he guessed this cat must be the drowned cat's father. Stone Song. Furled Bracken touched the tabby tom's ear with his nose. I know how hard this is for you. Stone Song sighed. We waited moons and sunrises for fallen leaves to emerge, he murmured, but he never came. He glanced across at Broken Shadow, who was laying under a tree not far off. Rising Moon crouched beside her, grooming her gently like a mother with her kit. It is time to give up waiting, Stone Song finished quietly. J-Paw stared at the dark gray tabby. How can it only be 1 moon since fallen leaves disappeared? If that's true, it means that this must be long ago. Somehow, he had emerged from the tunnels during the time before the clan cats came to the lake. Maybe even as far back as when the ancient cats trod the path to the moon pool. The stick! J-Paw felt every hair on his pelt rise. I'm among the cats who marked on the stick! He looked back at the mouth of the tunnel. It looked different now, because it was on exposed hillside rather than surrounded by thick undergrowth. But he had sensed its shape when he walked through it to find the WindClan kits, and he was sure it was the same tunnel. Turning, he looked down at the lake, its glinting surface clearly visible through the trees. The shape of the water was familiar, but when he looked across to the flank of WindClan territory, he spotted two legs swarming over a mound of pale brown earth, pushing it around with yellow monsters. Their roaring hung in the air like buzzing of bumblebees. J-Paw padded forward to the edge of the slope to take a closer look. A moment later, Furled Bracken joined him. The two legs are still moving the earth, he meowed worriedly. Chasing Clouds and I went down there to check it out, but we still don't know what they're doing. They're building nests, J-Paw replied without thinking. Furled Bracken gave him a sharp look. What, nests for two legs to live in? There are a few in the woods on the other side of the lake, but two legs never tried to live any closer than that. Yes, there'll be 4 nests. J-Paw remembered Hollyleaf and Lineblaze's description of the horse place. The two legs are going to keep horses there. He realized that Furled Bracken was looking at him with a strange expression in his eyes. How do you know that? He gasped. J-Paw gulped. Mouse-brained. Of course these cats had no way of knowing what the two legs were doing with their yellow monsters. Had he just made a prophecy that was going to come true? Furled Bracken twitched his ear. He was still waiting for an answer. J-Paw shrugged. I just figure that's what two legs do when they dig holes in the ground. The Ginger Tom was still giving him a doubtful look, and I can't say I blame him. J-Paw was relieved to see Doveswing bounding towards them. What are you doing standing here? She demanded as she gave him a shove back towards the deeper part of the forest. You must be worn out and starving after being in the tunnels all that time. You need to rest. And I want Rising Moon to take a look at your pads. They're bleeding from walking on stone for so long. J-Paw looked down and saw spots of blood smeared on the grass where he had put his paws. Pain suddenly swept over him, and his head spun from the hunger that snarled in his belly. Maybe he really had been in the tunnels for 2 nights. He was glad to follow Dovewings into the trees, where the long shadows... Book title name! He was glad to follow Dovewings into the trees, where the long shadows of the early morning striped the grass. Are we going back to camp? He asked. Doveswing turned back, her blue eyes puzzled. What do you mean? Are you sure you're feeling all right? Okay, so these cats don't have a camp, J-Paw guessed. Think before you ask any more questions, stupid furball. Looking worried, Doveswing nosed aside some tendrils of ivy hanging from an oak tree to reveal a cozy scoop among the roots. The bottom was lined with moss and feathers. Warm scent clung around it. This must be a den. J-Paw bent his head to sniff and felt every muscle in his body tense. That's my own scent. Doveswing nudged him forward. Lie down. I'm going to fetch Rising Moon. Rising Moon must be the medicine cat, J-Paw thought, remembering how she had comforted Fallen Leaf's mother. He watched Doveswing as she trotted away, trying to spot more dens among the trees and scant undergrowth. He couldn't see any, but the intensity of the scent in the air suggested they were not far off. Worn out, J-Paw crawled into the den, curled up, and closed his eyes. Anxiety crawled through him. Will I ever get back to ThunderClan? But he was so exhausted that he fell into a shallow, uneasy sleep. Those are good, juicy dock leaves. The voice rose J-Paw from his doze. Well done for finding that clump. Relief flooded through him. He was back in his nest in the medicine cat's den, and with Leafpool talking about herbs. Then he opened his eyes and saw tangled brown roots and soft feathers around his head. He could still see. The voice he could hear wasn't Leafpool's, and when the ivy trendles twitched on one side, Doveswing and Rising Moon looked down at him, their eyes huge with concern. Doveswing had a bunch of dock leaves in her jaws. J-Paw gave himself a tiny shake. If he was going to wake up back in his own clan... if he wasn't going to wake up back in his own clan, in his own time, then he must be here for a reason. Maybe this was another place where he'd find answers to his questions about the prophecy, answers that StarClan couldn't give him. Were you hurt while you were in the tunnels? Rising Moon asked. J-Pot shook his head. No, I'm not injured. My pads are sore, that's all. Were you scared down there? A bit. J-Pot wondered if Rising Moon thought he was losing his mind. Dove's Wing must have told her about the peculiar things he'd said. I'm really tired, though, he added, hoping she would believe that that was the reason for his odd behavior. And hungry. I guess that's made me confused. He had to convince these cats that he really was Jay's wing. He wasn't sure what they would do to him if they discovered he wasn't. They certainly wouldn't believe him if he told them the truth. He had waited for so long to find out about the ancient cats, and now here he was, living among them. No other cat in the clans or the tribe of Rushing Water knew as much as this about the cats who once lived beside the lake. J-Paw had always been conscious of them, felt their pelts brush against his, heard their whispers by the lake, and trodden in their paw steps on his way to the moon pool. And now I'm one of them. Rising Moon blinked thoughtfully. I guess there's nothing wrong that food and rest can't cure. Let's look at your pads. She crawled down into the den to crouch beside J-Paw. Have you licked them clean? No. Rising Moon waited while J-Paw's tongue rasped busily at his pads, scraping off the mud and grit. Dove's Wing dropped the mouthful of dock leaves down to her. Oh, are you using Doc? J-Paw asked, looking up from his licking. I always thought Horsetail was best to stop bleeding. Rising Moon's eyes widened in surprise. Horsetail? I've never heard of that. I don't think it grows around here. Where did you hear about it? Every hair on J-Paw's pelt tingled again. He'd done it again! Think next time before you open your jaws, Mousebrain. I think one of the elders mentioned it, he muttered, hoping that these cats had elders. I'll have a word with Running Horse later, Rising Moon meowed. He taught me so much about herbs. I'm sure he'll know about it. I saw Dawn River using yarrow the other day, Dove's Wing added helpfully. We could ask her advice, too. So they don't have a single medicine cat. J-Paw thought as Rising Moon rubbed the cooling dock leaves on his pads. Just a few cats who share knowledge about herbs, and they don't know as much as a clan medicine cat. J-Paw remembered how uncertain Dove's Wing had been that her mother might be watching her. If these cats had no medicine cat, that would explain why they weren't aware of their ancestors. What do they think happens when a cat dies? There. Rising Moon finished rubbing the last of J-Paw's pads. There. Does that feel better? It feels great, thanks. Even though he knew Horsetail would have worked better, J-Paw was still grateful for the cooling juices on his pad. You can rub your feet again later, the she-cat went on, pushing the remaining dock leaves together in a pile. But you better get some sleep now. I'll bring you something to eat, Dove's Wing promised. J-Paw's jaws stretched in an enormous yawn. He was barely aware of Rising Moon scrambling out of the den. Closing his eyes, he let himself drift into sleep. Another chapter! I feel like these chapters are really short. But I guess because they're all in J-Paw's POV while he's in this, like, dream world. I think we ended at, like, the perfect time last time. Because so far, all what we've been doing is being in this POV. So it's almost like a whole other story is happening. I love chocolate, it's so yummy. Chapter 16. Scent tickled J-Paw's nose. Mouse! His belly growled and his eyes flew open to see that dusk had fallen. Dove's Wing's pale gray shape stood on the edge of the den, peering down at him. A mouse dangled from her jaws. You're awake, she exclaimed, dropping the mouse at her paws. Are you feeling better? I'm fine, J-Paw meowed, hauling himself out from underneath the tree roots. Hey, Jayswing! A young brown tabby tom was standing just behind Doveswing, his amber eyes alight with curiosity. What was it like down in the tunnels? Quiet, Fish Leap! A white she-cat patted up on Doveswing's other side. Don't pester Jayswing. He must be worn out already without you asking questions. Wait, are they do they have first name, last names, and then no, that wouldn't make sense because the mom, maybe the siblings are all named with the same, thing? Like Dove's Wing and Jay's Wing, they both have the same last name. And don't tell me what to do. Half Moon, Philip retorted. You want to know everything as much as I do. The white she-cat brushed her pelt against J-Paw's. Her green eyes shone up at him. Of course I do, she purred, but I can wait until he eats. I can wait while he eats. The scent of the mouse was making J-Paw's mouth water. Thanks. He meowed to Jayswing and took a bite. He was aware of Fish Leap tearing impatiently at the grass beside him. I don't know why Furled Braken is making us wait to go into the tunnels, he grumbled. We're all ready to become Sharpclaws. I want to get on with my challenge. Furled Braken will let us go when he thinks we're ready, Doveswing meowed. So they're all apprentices, J-Paw figured as he gulped down the mouse. If they called them apprentices here, it sounds as if Furled Braken is their leader. But how can he have 9 lives if they don't know about StarClan? Well, come on! Fishleap sounded irritated. Tell us! I can't. J-Paw mumbled around a mouthful of mouse, glad that he had an excuse for being mysterious. You know Sharpclaws can't talk about what happens in the tunnels. Fishleap grunted. You think you're better than us now that you're a Sharpclaw? He does not, Half Moon exclaimed indignantly. J-Paw wasn't sure how to defend himself. He didn't know enough about what a Sharpclaw was supposed to do. He guessed they were like warriors, but if he was wrong, he might be in trouble again. To his relief, Doveswing nudged Fishleap away. Leave him alone, she meowed. He's still tired. He needs to rest some more. We'll all find out about the tunnels soon enough. I'm just glad Jayswings got out safely. Half Moon's green eyes clouded. Not like fallen leaves, she murmured. Fishleap and Doveswing exchanged sorrowful glances. J-Paw felt hollow in his heart when he thought about how long Fallen Leaves was destined to wander through the tunnels, trying to find the way out. He wished there was a way to let these cats know that their friend was dead, drowned in a flood, and they would never see him again. It was clear that the waiting had already driven Broken Shadows mad. Finishing the mouse, J-Paw wriggled his way back into his den. He was falling back to sleep when he heard Fishleap's voice, raised in protest. One lost cat doesn't mean that all the rest of us have to leave. He's not just one, as well as you know, Half Moon retorted. How many cats have to die before we look for somewhere else to live? There must be other places with prey and shelter for all of us. J-Paw pricked his ears, keeping his eyes shut so it would look as if he was asleep. These cats were debating whether to stay by the lake or to find a new home. Is this why we didn't find any cats here when the cat clans came to the lake? Fishleap patted away, still muttering, with Half Moon arguing more and more heatedly. When he could no longer hear what they were saying, J-Paw let the blackness of exhaustion fill his mind. During the night, he woke briefly to find Doveswing curled up close beside him. He hadn't slept so near another cat since he became Leafpool's apprentice. Her warmth was comforting, and her scent was already becoming familiar. He let out a faint purr as sleep washed over him again. Aww, cute. Gray light was filtering through the ivy tendrils when J-Paw next opened his eyes. Doveswing had disappeared, but 2 other cats were gazing down at him. One of them was Fishleap, and the other was an older tortoiseshell she-cat that J-Paw remembered seeing when he came out of the tunnels the day before. Her amber eyes were the exact same shade as Fishleap's. J-Paw guessed that she was his mother. Hey, Jayswing, come hunting! Fishleap exclaimed when he saw that J-Paw was awake. That seemed like a good chance to explore their ThunderClan's territory. J-Paw scrambled out of his nest and stretched. Are we going on a patrol? He asked. To his dismay, Fishleap and the tortoiseshell exchanged a baffled glance. What's a patrol? The tortoiseshell meowed. Mustang! They don't have patrols either! Dawn River. I think Jay's Wing banged his head when he was down in the tunnels, Fishleap shrugged. He keeps talking nonsense. J-Paw hid his awkwardness by licking a tufty piece of fur on his chest. Never mind, he mumbled. Let's go, Dawn River urged. Remember to watch out for badgers. She took the lead as the three cats set off into the woods. J-Paw shivered from ears to tail tip when he saw how different the forest was from the territory he knew in the time of the clans. It wasn't just that the trees were smaller and there was so little undergrowth. The biggest difference was now that he could see. Watch it! Fishleap warned him. The exclamation came just too late. J-Paw was so busy gazing around at the trees, their leaves taking on the colors of scarlet and gold at the beginning of fall leaf, but he hadn't noticed the rabbit hole right in front of his paws. He stumbled into it, paws flailing. Fox done! He spat. He heard Fishleap let out a meow of laughter and felt the Tom's teeth sink into the scruff as he hauled him out. Are you okay? Dawn River checked. J-Paw shook loose earth out of his pelt. I'm fine. As they padded on, he made a determined effort to watch where he was putting his paws. It was difficult. Light dazzled him, and he was distracted by the flickering leaves of trees looming up in front of him. The senses of smell and hearing, and his awareness of nearby objects that were usually so acute had grown dull, so that he felt as if he was blundering through fog. I'm never as clumsy as this, he thought crossly as he tripped over a branch. You'll scare all the prey away if you go on like that, Fishleap pointed out. You sure you're okay? He added. Do you want to go back to your den? I'm fine, J-Paw repeated through gritted teeth. But Fishleap was right. Stumbling around like a blind badger would scare off all the prey. J-Paw closed his eyes and instantly felt more comfortable. His other senses grew sharp again, telling him which way to go. Scents and sounds swirled around him, calling up in far clearer pictures of his surroundings than he could gain from his eyes. Jay's Wing? Dawn River sounded puzzled and concerned. Have you gone to sleep on your paws? Startled, J-Paw veered away from the sound of her voice. His eyes flicked open just in time to see the rough bark of a tree in front of his nose. There was no chance to stop before he crashed right into it. Wow! Fishleap exclaimed, his voice trembling with amusement. You caught a tree! J-Paw was relieved when Dawn River and Fishleap set off alone, each of them sniffing for prey, and left him to recover. Grooming bits of bark out of his coat, he wondered what he was going to do. If it was a Sharpclaw, these cats would expect him to know how to hunt, but back in his own clan, he had never been trained for that. He had never caught his own prey. I'll just have to try. How hard can it be? He began prowling through the trees with his eyes closed so that he could pick out the scents more clearly, and soon detected a trace of mouse. Pausing to listen, he heard the scuffling of tiny paws and leaped in the direction of the sound. His paws thumped down on the grass. There was no sign of his mouse. Bad luck! Fishleap meowed cheerfully behind him. J-Paw opened his eyes and turned to see that the other cat was dragging a squirrel between his front paws. Dawn River stood behind him, a mouse clamped in her jaws. Haven't you caught anything yet? Fishleap teased. I thought Sharpclaws were better than that. I was looking for the horsetail that Running Wing mentioned, J-Paw meowed, improvising wildly. He says it's good for sore pats. Dawn River nodded. It must be hard for you to hunt when your pads aren't healed yet. All the same, you better catch something, Fishleap told him, unless you want to go hungry. J-Paw wasn't surprised. He had already guessed that these cats had to hunt for themselves, even before they were Sharpclaws. They didn't have patrols, and he hadn't seen any sign of a fresh kill pile. Should we catch something for the elders? He suggested. Fishleap shrugged. If we find something extra. J-Paw felt a pang of homesickness for ThunderClan, where every cat was fed, even those who didn't have the time or skill to hunt for themselves. I'm gonna try down by the stream, Dawn River declared. I could eat a yummy vole. So could I, J-Paw thought, watching the tortoiseshell she-cat out of sight. But I don't think I'm gonna get one. What am I gonna eat if I can't tell them I don't hunt? I'll see you later, Fish Leap meowed. Good hunting. He bounded off in the direction of the Shadow Clan border. No, J-Paw reminded himself, where the Shadow Clan border will be. Keeping his eyes open in an attempt to get used to seeing, he headed towards the stone hollow. Fear drew icy claws down his spine. What if the hollow isn't there? Before many heartbeats had passed, the harsh tang of a thunderpath crept onto J-Paw's nostrils. He paused, bewildered. There's no thunderpath across our territory. He pressed himself closer to the ground, creeping forward and taking advantage of what little cover they had there. Eventually, he came out beside the thunderpath, its hard black surface snaking through the trees. Pricking his ears, he listened for the sound of monsters, but nothing disturbed the gentle rustling of the breeze among the branches. Glancing up and down, J-Paw spotted the walls of a two-leg nest among the trees. More cautiously than ever, he crept towards it, alert for the sound of two legs or dogs, but everything was silent. The door of the nest was tightly shut, and the shiny stuff in the windows was broken and scattered. J-Paw blinked in sudden understanding. This is the two-leg nest where all the sick cats are staying. There wasn't any holes in the walls, and the roof was still in one piece, but the size and shape were the same. So the thunder path is the old two-leg path. J-Paw bounded back to it, yet it recognized it with its black surface intact instead of broken up and covered with tiny creeping paths. Now I know where I am. He trotted along beside the thunder path, still wary of monsters, though none of the smelly, roaring creatures appeared. Just as he thought it would, it led him to the entrance to the hollow. J-Paw stopped and looked around. Walls of stone stretched up around him, low near the entrance and rising to a height of many fox lengths opposite of him. There was a trace of two-leg scent, but it was faint and stale. His gaze traveled around the hollow as he tried to imagine where the dens would be. It was hard to picture them because there was no undergrowth yet, no brambles, bracken, or hazel to soften the harsh lines of the walls. Only a few stems of willow herb had pushed their way through the earth. Their feathery tops stirred by the breeze. J-Paw thought he recognized the high ledge with the cave behind it, where Firestar had his den, but there was no sign of the tumbling rocks that made a path up to it. Jay's wing! J-Paw jumped, startled, and whirled around to see the white she-cat, Half Moon, staring at him with scared green eyes. What are you doing here? She gasped. The badgers will get you! Quick! She bounded away through the trees and up the side of the hollow, headed for the entrance to the underground tunnels. J-Paw followed her, closing his eyes so that he could match her speed. This is where the badgers lived. His mind had been so distracted by the changes to the two-leg path and the stone hollow that he had missed it on the way there. The hollow must be out of bounds for the cats because it belonged to their enemies, not rival cats, but badgers. Maybe these were the ancestors of the badgers that came back to the forest moons and moons later and attacked ThunderClan, killing Cinderpelt. Did those badgers know that this had been their home once? J-Paw was relieved when the badger's sense had faded and Half Moon finally slowed and flopped down on the cool grass. He wondered how she knew that they were safe here, where there were no border markings to separate their territory from the badgers. I never thought so before, he began carefully, but isn't it weird how the badgers never chase us here, when there's nothing to stop them? Half Moon shrugged. I guess there's enough prey in the thicker part of the forest, so they don't need to come out this far. She glanced sideways at J-Paw, clearly wanting to say something but not sure if she should. I followed your scent, she admitted. I thought you might be in trouble, and I've got this for you. She vanished under a bush and reappeared a heartbeat later with a blackbird in her jaws, which she dropped in front of J-Paw. I thought you might find it hard to hunt when your paws are sore. J-Paw nodded, glad of the excuse, but still feeling a bit guilty as he crouched in front of the blackbird. Thanks. You want to share it with me? I already ate, but I'll have a mouthful, thanks. Half Moon settled down on the opposite side of the prey. While he ate, J-Paw realized that he would need to learn how to hunt if he was going to stay here for any length of time. But that could be tricky when he was supposed to be a Sharpclaw already. Will Furrow Break and give me any duties? He asked Half Moon. The white she-cat had taken one bite out of the blackbird, then began to clean her face and whiskers with her paws. You might have to hunt for the elders if no cat has any spare, she mewed. Don't you remember how hard it rained last moon? How Whispering Breeze had to catch prey for all of us because she's the only cat who doesn't mind getting her fur wet? Oh, sure, J-Paw mumbled. I couldn't believe it when she caught fish, Half Moon purred. I've never tasted fish before. Prey isn't running well, is it? J-Paw thought that was a safe comment to make. Half Moon shook her head. Maybe Stone Song isn't wrong when he says we should think about leaving. Sadness clouded her eyes. I remember you said the same. Right. J-Paw meowed, relieved to know which side of the argument Jay's wing had taken. There must be somewhere with no more prey, and no two legs and badgers to bother us. You really think there's a place like that for us? J-Paw nodded slowly. After all, the clans found a new home for themselves when the two legs destroyed the old forest. Except that the clans came here. Guys, I don't know what the heck is wrong. I feel like it must be something in maybe like Earth rotation. To why I'm so out of it. And zony outie. These chips are so stale. They still hit the spot. Oh my god, the battle's ready! What great timing. Oh, I should place a spell. Let us, use guys. There we go. Go! We got this. We got this. Yeah! Oh my god, there's a rock over there? An ant rock? Kill the ants! Yeah! We did it. Ash didn't want one, so I'm giving them away. Peter killed 33! Boss defeated. Okay, next time. Next one. There. Perfect. Recently, I bought this humongous, ginormous bag full of popcorn. Oh my god, it's taking so long to eat. Which makes sense because it's like humongo. But man. I wish it was a little bit more buttery, but I guess I could also add my own butter, but I feel like... Does butter get moldy? Can you get moldy butter? I don't feel like I've ever seen moldy butter before in my entire life. Probably not, right? Suspicious. All right. Chapter 17! Woo! Ah. By the time J-Paw was full, there was still quite a lot of the blackbird left. Do you want any more? He asked Half Moon. The white she-cat shook her head. We could take it to Owl Feather, she suggested. Our kids are hungry and growing fast. Good idea. J-Paw wanted to see as much of these cats and where they lived before he went back to ThunderClan. If he went back. He and Half Moon picked up the remains of the blackbird and headed further up the hill towards the tunnel entrance. It seemed to be a popular daytime gathering place, like the clearing in the center of a camp. Several cats were scattered around it, dozing or sharing tongues. J-Paw waved his tail at Dove's Wing and Fish Leap as he passed, hoping he looked as if he knew where he was going. He dropped back to follow Half Moon as she climbed further up the slope until they broke clear of the trees. On the ridge, she dropped her chunk of blackbird and stood gazing out across the moorland. She pointed her muzzle in a faint purple line in the far distance. Stonesong thinks we should go that way, she mewed. As he put down his fresh kill, J-Paw felt the hair on his pelt start to rise and his paws tremble. Those were the mountains! Could these cats possibly be the ancestors of the tribe? Glancing sideways at Half Moon, he saw that she was compactly built, with strong haunches that looked as if they would be good for climbing trees. She didn't have the wiry build of a tribe cat. What do you think it would be like to travel so far? Half Moon asked. Hard. J-Paw tried to choose his words carefully. The land that way could be very, very different from the land here. How? Sharp hills of stone that stretch up into the sky, J-Paw replied, his mind filled with the memories of the journey he had taken in the mountains. Huge birds, bigger than badgers, that have to be dragged out of the sky by many cats at once. Tumbling water, filling the air with spray even when there aren't any clouds. You sound as if you've been there already. Oh, you sound as if you've been there already, a new voice meowed. J-Paw stiffened and turned his head to see the hefty gray figure of Stonesong standing behind him. His piercing blue eyes were fixed on J-Paw. I had a dream, J-Paw stammered. Stonesong's ears flicked up, his interest intensifying. Really? Did you dream anything else? No. J-Paw could have told them a lot more, but he didn't want to get any more tangled up in the gap between what he knew and what these cats thought he should. But do you think cats could live there? Stonesong persisted. It wouldn't be easy, J-Paw warned, thinking of the harsh life of the tribe, but maybe. Stonesong began to pace to and fro along the ridge, the tip of his tail twitching. When he began to speak, J-Paw could hardly hear him above the roar of the monsters on WindClan territory, which had just begun to move their piles of earth again. He could feel them in his paws, thrumming through the ground. We can't stay here, Stonesong growled. Listen to those monsters. What if they come here and tear up this place too? J-Paw wanted to say they won't, but he remembered in time that he wasn't supposed to know that. It's wrong, Stonesong continued, his blue eyes clouded. Cats are being lost and prey is disappearing. There must be a better place to live. He stopped pacing and sat down facing the purple line of the distant mountains, the wind flattening his pelt against his sides. Maybe that place is in the stone hills you speak of. When I was kidded, my mother said the wind cried over the stones like a blue call, giving me my name. Perhaps this means I must find a place where the wind sings over stones, and that will be our home. Sorrow crept in his voice. My son never came back. I cannot wait in this place any more. Half Moon glanced towards him, compassion in her eyes. Then she looked at J-Paw with her head tipped on one side. Did you really dream of the stone hills? She meowed. You seem to see them so clearly. J-Paw shuffled on his paws. There must be lots of places out there. Half Moon's shining green eyes was still fixed on him. You would go, wouldn't you? To find a new home for us, with plenty of food and no two legs? Well, J-Paw began. If you went, I'd come with you, Half Moon mewed. You know that. J-Paw felt overwhelmed by the strength of her gaze. He wasn't used to looking another cat right in the eyes. The emotion flowing from her pelt threatened to sweep him away. He had never felt it before, not like this, but he knew exactly what it was. She loves me. At least, she loves the cat she thinks I am. Oh, snap. For some reason, a picture flickered into his mind of Lionblaze and Heatherpaw. Was this how they had felt? He had never understood before how much they had lost when Lionblaze decided they couldn't see each other anymore. Do I love Half Moon? He wondered. No. But maybe I could love her. I like the way she makes me feel. Half Moon took a pace towards J-Paw, who found himself taking a step back. We can't do this. I'm a medicine cat. He wanted to wail out loud. I don't belong here. You think I'm some other cat. To his relief, whatever Half Moon wanted to say was interrupted by a big black Tom who leaped up to the top of the ridge and halted beside Stone Song. What's going on? He demanded. Stone Song turned towards him, blinking as if he had to drag himself back from some distant place. Oh, it's you, Dark Whiskers. J-Wing has had a dream about stone hills and falling water, where there are huge birds to be plucked from the sky and where two legs cannot go. It sounds like a place where we could live safely, with prey and shelter and nothing to harm us. Dark Whisker's ears flicked up. Do you believe him? Stone Song nodded. Then we must go, Dark Whisker exclaimed. Dang. J-Paw was... Rising to his paws, Stone Song turned to J-Paw. If we leave, will you guide us to this place? Will your dreams show you the way? J-Paw was bewildered by how quickly everything was happening. How long had they been planning to move? Surely they couldn't just leave like that. What about Frildbraken? A decision like this was for their leader to make. Before he could reply, a small, dusty brown she-cat appeared on the ridge, padding in Dark Whisker's paw steps. You aren't talking about leaving again, are you? She spat. But this is our home! Why can't you understand that? Stone Song and Dark Whisker exchanged a glance. Shy-Fawn, this isn't our home if we can't live here. Stone Song mewed quietly. Shy-Fawn's tail lashed once. You seem to have forgotten it is not your decision to make. You know what has to happen. The casting of stones. See? Stones again! Stone Song meowed. We are linked always to stones. Why shouldn't we live among them and feed from the sky? Shy-Fawn glared at him. I came to tell you Frildbraken wants to have a meeting. Then we can cast the stones now, Dark Whisker announced. With an annoyed hiss, Shy-Fawn headed down the slope towards the trees. Stone Song and Dark Whisker followed. J-Paw and Half Moon picked up their pieces of blackbird and brought up the rear. J-Paw could feel his companion's nervousness and wasn't surprised when she paused halfway down the slope and dropped her prey. It's really gonna happen, she exclaimed. We're gonna cast the stones and decide whether to leave our home. Confusion ebbed through J-Paw. It sounded as if these cats used omens from stones to make their decisions. There was a moon full of questions he wanted to ask, but he knew enough by now to keep his mouth shut and his ears open. Is it happening because of me? How can I influence what happened all those seasons ago? He couldn't even think straight because of the feeling they were crackling between him and Half Moon like lightning and Greenleaf. As they continued down the slope, Dove's Wing and Fishleap came out to meet him. Them, their eyes alight and their tails waving. Is there going to be a meeting? Dove's Wing asked excitedly. Will there be a casting of stones? J-Paw nodded. About leaving? His sister gasped, her neck fur beginning to rise. We need to leave, Fishleap declared. This is our home. Oh, we'll never leave. Sorry, oh my goodness, that's a completely different sentiment. We'll never leave, Fishleap declared. This is our home. What about the pool of stars and the tunnels where we become sharp claws? How can we lose that? Dove's wing excitement faded, but her voice was determined as she replied, "If it's a choice between water and caves and saving our own lives, then we have to go." Fishleap led the way down the hill to a glade where the undergrowth grew more thickly than anywhere else J-Paw had seen. He spotted a row of dens along a fallen tree and behind dense ferns. Several other cats were already there. Half Moon beckoned him with a flick of her tail and led him behind a clump of spiny thistles to where a dark gap yawned at the foot of an oak tree. From inside, J-Paw could hear tiny sounds of mewling. Half Moon poked her head inside the hollow tree. "Hi, Owl Feather. We brought you some prey." As J-Paw stepped forward to drop his piece of blackbird inside the hollow, he saw a skinny she-cat with pale speckled brown fur, suckling 3 squirming kits. "She looks like Cressler Paw," he thought. "Oh, thanks," Owl Feather purred. "The kits are ready to try fresh kill. Hey!" She nudged her kits gently. "Come have some of this blackbird. It's really good." While the kits tasted blackbird for the first time, Half Moon told Owl Feather about the meeting. "Not before time," Owl Feather meowed. "You mean you'd go?" Half Moon gasped. "With the kits?" "Of course!" Owl Feather spoke as if her decision had been made from moons. "What about Jagged Lightning?" Half Moon blurted out, then looked as if she wished she hadn't asked that. "My kits will come with me," Owl Feather replied in a tone that warned no cat should argue with her. Half Moon gave her an embarrassed nod, but she and J-Pool backed away from the hollow tree and into the glade. By now, more cats had arrived. J-Paw spotted two whose graying muzzles and scant fur showed their age. One of them was dark brown with long legs and knobby joints. J-Paw guessed he was Running Horse, who knew so much about herbs. He wondered whether Rising Moon had asked the elders about the horsetail yet. J-Paw had meant to look for some in the forest, but he had been distracted by finding the two-leg path in the stone hollow. The other elder was a pale green she-cat with green eyes. J-Paw could see she had once been beautiful, but she was frail now, every rib showing through her pelt. Opposite J-Paw, Rising Moon padded into the clearing, nudging a long broken shadow who looked so dazed with grief that she didn't know where she was. A long gray and white Tom flanked her on the other side. He looked enough like Half Moon that J-Paw guessed he must be her father, chasing clouds. Frillbraken was sitting in the center of the glade, waiting for the rest of the cats to appear. J-Paw thought he looked patient and respectful, not like a clan leader who had just summoned his cats for a meeting. Frillbraken hadn't even called an announcement. The news had spread from cat to cat, and they all seemed to be strolling in whenever they felt like it. At last, Stone Song stepped forward from where he been standing at the side of the clearing beside Dark Whisker. "We wish to cast the stones," he meowed. "About leaving?" Frillbraken asked. Stone Song nodded. "Yes." With a resigned look, Frillbraken rose to his paws. "I wish it hadn't come to this," he sighed, "but I know this is the only way to decide before we can cast the shadows. I want to remind you all that this has been our home for as long as we can remember." "Any living cat," J-Paw corrected him. "But where have all the dead cats gone? Are they here now, watching us without being able to speak?" "Yes," Frillbraken went on with a sad glance around the clearing. "Prey is scarcer this Greenleaf than it ever has been before, and yes, Two Legs are coming closer. But are we really gonna turn and flee like mice? We've found a way to survive alongside the badgers, and they have caused us far more trouble in the past than Two Legs. We should stay together and accept that we have to share the lake." Drinky, drinky, drinky. J-Paw was almost convinced by the deep emotion behind Frillbraken's speech. Several other cats were nodding in agreement, including Rising Moon and the frail old she-cat. Half Moon nudged him. Look, Jagged Lightning wants to say," She flicked her ears towards the long-legged black and white Tom, whose amber eyes were glowing with approval of Frildbraken's plea. Owlfeather won't like that. A soft murmur of anticipation ran around the glade as Stonesong stepped forward. What you say is true, Frildbraken, he began, dipping his head respectfully, but it leaves out too much. What about the cats we have lost? Falcon, Swoop died under the paws of a two-legged monster. Do we count? Let's count them. We got names for them. If they got names, we got gains. Yep. J-Paw spotted Dove's wing with the head and tail drooping miserably at the mention of their mother's death. Quickly, he bent his own head. Then our mate, Falling Rain, left us, and no cat knows where he's gone. And a moon ago, his voice shook, Fallen Leaves went into the tunnels and never came out. Broken Shadow let out a soft wail at the mention of their son, and Stonesong glanced at her for a heartbeat, his eyes full of love and pain. The trial in the caves isn't supposed to take Sharpclaws away from us, he went on. It's supposed to be the making of them, a sign that they're fully grown and equal of any other cat. That's not all. Prey's disappearing, scared off by two legs or taken by foxes and badgers. Even the ground is being torn up by two legs, with endless noise and quaking. This isn't our home now. This is a place that doesn't want us anymore. More nods and murmurs of agreement followed Stonesong's speech. A black and white cat called out, But where can we go? J-Paw's heart sank when he saw Stonesong turn towards him. You could guess what was coming next. Jay's wing has had a dream, the Tabby Tom announced. He saw a place where we can live, stone hills teeming with prey and shelter, and free from any enemies. J-Paw bit back a protest. He hadn't made the mountains sound as wonderful as that, but Stonesong had a point. The clans had made the great journey when two legs made the forest impossible to live in, and cats had settled into the mountains long, long ago. If these cats were the ancestors of the tribe, then perhaps it was J-Paw's responsibility to encourage them to go. Sounds a lot better than here, Dark Whisker commented. Rising Moon nodded. I don't want to lose my kits down those dreadful tunnels. And I want to be far away from two-legged monsters, Whispering Breeze added. We wouldn't lose any more cats like my sister was lost. J-Paw saw that Dove's Wing and Fishleap were gazing at him expectantly, their glances scorched his fur. They were waiting for him to lead them. When he realized that all the cats were looking at him the same way, for a heartbeat, his head spun. I can't do this. I want to go back to ThunderClan. When his head cleared, J-Paw saw that the cats had formed into a ragged line, leading up to the Frildbraken. Their gaze was fixed on the ground in front of them. J-Paw padded forward to see what they were looking at. As Frildbraken's paws curled up in a circular path of bare ground, about the same size as the tree stump. Beside it was a pile of small, round pebbles that looked as if they had been from the lakeshore. Frildbraken stretched out his claws and drew a line in the earth across the patch, dividing it into two halves. Then he pushed one of the stones into the center of the other half. Wow, this is complicated. This side wishes to stay, he announced. He stepped back to let the next cat choose. Stonesong padded up. He pushed his stone into the opposite side of the bare patch. This side wishes to leave. J-Paw stared at the circle of the ground in astonishment. These cats were casting the stones themselves. They were no omens or sharing tongues with StarClan, no obeying the word of their leader. Frildbraken was allowing the cats to make their own decisions. What sort of way is this to run a clan? He murmured under his breath. And what's going to happen when all these stones are cast? The elder running horse stepped up and placed a stone in the stay half of the deck. My bones are too old to climb the rocks. The frail she-cat padded up beside him. The sun warms me here, and that's all I want now, she murmured, pushing a stone to rest beside Running Horse. She touched her noses to his ear. Stay together. Stone Song and Dark Whisker led Broken Shadow up to the circle. Distractedly, as if she knew what she was doing, she set a stone in the leaf half, and Dark Whiskers added his own. Jagged lightning padded up, hesitating for a moment while he glanced at Owlfeather. But Owlfeather was absorbed in watching her kits, who were wrestling at her paws. Jagged Lightning voted to stay, then turned away. J-Paw realized that Owlfeather had been aware of her mate the whole time. As soon as Jagged Lightning had moved off from the circle, she cast her own stone to leave without looking at him once. His belly churning, J-Paw stepped up to make his own choice, and Furled Bracken held him back with a flick of his tail. As the newest Sharpclaw, you cast the final stone, he meowed. J-Paw's belly churned when he saw that two straight lines of stones were forming in the half circles. They looked equal. What would happen if there was no clear decision? Rising Moon was the next cat to step up. She paused for a moment, then took a deep breath and pushed her stone into the stay half. I've reared kits here before, she murmured, and I'll rear them again. Her mate Chasing Clouds gave her a long, sorrowful look, but cast his stone to leave. Whispering Reeds followed him. The line for leaving was growing longer. With Unfish Leap, Dawn River, and Shyfawn all went up together to set their stones to stay. Dove's Wing padded up slowly, glanced at her friend's stone, and then at J-Paw, and finally voted to leave. Only Half Moon and J-Paw were left. Half Moon stepped forward, gazing straight at J-Paw. When she finished, she pushed her stone into the leave half of the circle. The lines were equal. Now what do I do? J-Paw wondered, aware that every cat was staring at him. How can it be fair that I have to make the decision? I don't even belong here. His paws trembled as he walked up to the edge of the bare patch and stretched out a paw to draw the stone towards him. It felt sun-warmed under his still sore paws. They have to go to the mountains, he whispered. They will become the tribe of rushing water. Closing his eyes, he pushed a stone to the end of the line that voted to leave. Dun 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 dun! Okay. Change of plan. I am way too out of it and sleepy to read. I'll have to finish this book next week. I did read 40 pages though, which is exactly how much pages I needed to read over 100 pages. So it should be a lot easier for me to read it next week. I don't know what's wrong with me. Taking vitamins, eating, really weird. But I'm literally like falling asleep as I'm reading this. Hi, friends! Family people I don't know. Hello, Soda Poppins! I was literally about to end. Because I'm too tired. Read me a bedtime story. My bedtime story is me falling asleep. I read myself a bedtime story. Hold on, though. No! I know! You're timing, Soda Pop. Here, hold on, though. We're gonna start this early. We're gonna start this early because I want to. Now you're sad! No! Sharp battle! Dum, dum, dum! Maybe I need calcium or something. Magnesium? I don't know. How's the Soda Pop gonna Soda Pop to sleep now? So true. Well, good night, silly. Good night, Soda Pop. Thanks for popping in. Okay. Ow! Just said ow when I dropped my... That's where I'm at right now. Hearts, thank you! Why are my hearts properly entered? There. Now it should be better. There's no biofuel! Silly goose. Actually, I'm kind of waking up now. Maybe what I need to do is be really loud. Shout the Canadian anthem. You know what's sad? I don't know the Canadian anthem by heart. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all our sons command, with glory, hearts to see the land, true and strong and free. From something, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. How was that? I definitely didn't know the middle part, but I think the rest was pretty good. Thanks for confetti! Okay, so guys, have you ever heard of the game... Okay, we're taking a short break from reading so that I can wake myself up. Have you ever heard the game Eternal Return? Eternal Return. I rated someone yesterday who was playing it. They described it as a League of Legends Battle Royale anime game. That's how they described it. Pretty intriguing, huh? You always play games I've never heard of. I've never heard of this one either. But I kind of want to try it. It's not as big as, you know, Apex and Fortnite and League. Like you play the leftover games on Humble Bumble Bundle. Once I got a Humble Bundle package. A Humble Bundle. And I have like a bunch of games that are on it, but I don't know where. Uh-oh. I got a chip in my keyboard. I don't know where it is now. There are like over 100 games in it. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why. I have this game. It's kind of like a story game, I guess. What do you mean showing my age? I was reading this. I have a game in my library that my friend downloaded. It's called Tell Me Why. And it's about like it's like a story click game, kind of similar to um what's the zombie one? The Walking Dead. Like The Walking Dead and what is it? Not Outcast. But it's about like these two siblings who have like supernatural powers, I think. Cordy, your mole works so good too with the little fishing hats. So cute. All right. I think I'm a little more awake. I also have Capcom Arcade Stadium, which I guess is like a bunch of arcade games, like a billion arcade games, but it's like played on arcade machines, like a simulation sort of thing. So you're walking through an arcade, and then when you play a game, you still have like the outside parts of the arcade. That's cool. Oh wait. If we're not gonna end, then I may as well just keep going with this too. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a heartache. Guys, I want to show you a preview of my new model outfit. My new outfit. Because it's still in like the whip form. Whip form? Whip formation. Okay. Some leaks. Some leaks. Save. Okay, ready guys? Image. Dun, 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 dun. Ba-ba! Oops. These are the leaks you get. Look at it. I'm so excited. So excited. She has to finish the skirt, I believe. The cape. There's a pouch that goes right here. You can kind of see it. The pouch and the hair. I know, it looks so good. I'm so excited. It looks like you have an apron. Are you a baker now? No! Ooh, look at that. Milk, maybe? It's like I guess it could kind of look like an apron in the sense that I'm working at a concession stand. But it's more like it is supposed to look kind of like a worker, like a fantasy shopkeeper type look, but also a carnival type look, but also a mage type look. It's a little gaggle of all sorts of things put together. somebody just linked. B-Bridge. I wonder if my roommate's back with milk. Oh my gosh, Dunn is streaming right now? Watch. Don't click the stream. Oh my god, he's playing Monopoly? What the? He's doing a collab with a friend. Can you believe that? Having friends? Not me. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. I only have popcorns. Those are my friends, but technically not friends because I said they weren't my. Guys, what's your thoughts on just having a glass of milk? Like just drinking some milk. Some straight milk. Tell me. Oh, I got big glasses. Sorry. I wanted to make myself bigger. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why. You noticed one of my cheek. I'm lactose, so my thoughts is diarrhea. Me too. Look at this. One of my dots is darker than the other dot. You see that? Why is that? I must have changed one and forgot to change the other. I haven't looked at my eye physics for this model in so long. Pretty good. Nice. All right, let's put on some glasses. How large is the forehead on that model? It's pretty large. I think it goes up to here. What the? Oh, I'm gesturing with my mouse as if you can see it. 5 head. 4 head. Wait, why is it called 5 head? Is it supposed to be because you're bigger than 4 head? Like it's a one bigger? 6 head? Wow 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 boop 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 boop. Oui. Oui, 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 mon ami. Oui, oui. An infinity forehead would be cursed. Infinity forehead. You'd be... Well, there would be no end to it. You would be a part of space, I think. At that point, if your forehead reached infinity, it would be in space. And then it would be like one of the space... Like a space debris. And when people like are examining space, they'll be like, oh yeah, that's Cordy's forehead. I wonder, isn't the universe so big if you go in any direction, you'll hit a sun eventually? So like, potentially, if your head is infinited, then it would just keep going until it hit a sun, and then it would burn. And then your top of your head would be melted. That's my logic there. Space travelers would use the forehead as a marker to get back home. True. What do you mean, a sun? There is only one. A star. A star sun. A star sun. Yeah. It'll hit a star sun. Soleil, as they say in Francais. A soleil. Guys, my second wind is hitting me. Why is it hitting me right now at 4:52? My leg is jiggling. What's going on? Why is this happening? Maybe I just needed to start talking a lot faster? A lot more crazy-y? What if I changed my glasses? No, I shouldn't do that. Shouldn't. Because you'll see the inner workings. I'm getting old! Do old people get hyper at night? Is that a thing that happens to old people? That's terrifying. I thought old people go to sleep early. Well, they go to sleep early. Why would they... Yeah, with enough alcohol! I don't drink alcohol, guys. Or cocaine. Scandalous. Scandalous. Personally, I mean, I like sweet drinks. I think cocktails should just be alcohol, normally. You know? There doesn't have to be wine, and there doesn't have to be plain vodka. It's like eating not cooking. It's like eating cleaning supplies. That's what it's like. I think that's the best way to describe drinking raw alcohol. Eating cleaning supplies. And technically you are, you know? You are eating cleaning supplies when you eat alcohol. Because we use alcohol to clean things. So when you drink alcohol, you're cleaning your insides so strongly that maybe it melts your insides. And then you get really sick. And then you get poisoned. Because in the end, it's just cleaning supplies. And that's my message to you guys today. The alcohol is just... It's just cleaning supplies. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me. I'm glad I had such a captivating audience. I hope that you'll return in the future for some of my other takes on popular items. Oh, gross, guys. My mouth is so yucky. What am I yammering on about? Well, Ash, I'm glad that you asked. Because today, well, at this exact moment, I'm looking at how disgusting my mouse looks. Guys, this is your reminder to clean your mouse. Especially if you have a gamer mouse. Where it has like little like numbers on the side of the mouse. Clean that thing right now. Tell me how disgusting it looks. Mine is really gross. Ew. Yuck. So sticky. Wonderful Nono TED Talk. Thank you, Cordy. Thank you. How did I shrink? Oh, there I am. I'm back up again. My nose is itchy. Let me ask my roommate if she got a cup of milk. Have you gone to get milk yet? Milk, 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 milk. Milk, 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 milk. Clean your doorknobs as well. Doorknobs don't get cleaned as much as they should be. Like your outdoor doorknobs, disgusting. Disgusting. This is your reminder to clean your mouse. Clean. I think baseball is playing on the TV right now. How come I'm so short? Okay. I've made myself less short. A bit lost? No. I'm wide awake. Oh, to be a pop cub that is very small and pop cubby. A pop cub that is flavorful and delicious. What was I doing? Oh, I was waiting for my roommate to tell me if she got milk. She's not responding to me. Sadness, depression even. Minecraft 15th anniversary on Twitch? Whoa. Can you play Minecraft for free? They should give it out for free today. No, you're gonna start eating the pop cubs? Only if I'm starving. Luckily, I'm not starving. Yet. Guys, I want to confess to you something. There's this really cute concept that I saw. And it's like, it's this VTuber asset site with several different artists. And the way that they set up the site is like a little cute island, and then there's like the stores on the island, and if you click on the stores, it looks like, or it will open up their store page, and then you can buy their assets and stuff. But man, I want to make a VTuber group where it's like this. And we have a cute site where it's like beautiful island with different like houses and areas on it dedicated to a specific VTuber. And then when you click on it, you're on like, you know, like those old sites, like maybe like I'll compare it to Neopets. You click on it and then you go to like another web page, and then you can like click on more things. Like if you're in Neopets and you see the world map, and then you click on like Fairy World, and then you go to another map, except it's smaller, kind of like that. But it's like within the world that you click. So if you clicked on like Nono's Carnival, then you could like go to the carousel or the concession store or something else. The games booth. I think that would be so fun and absolutely useless because nobody will look at it really, but I think it would be so fun. What about the bathroom? There's no bathrooms. Gotta pee in the bushes. Or an outhouse, I guess. Or an outhouse. Right, guys? I don't like outhouses. They're yucky. My very first job, they only had an outhouse. They only had an outhouse because a tree had fallen and destroyed half of their building. And half of their building had the washroom in it. It was pretty sad. Carrot Ripley. Wow. I mean, you could have all your links there, so you could also have a merch store. Yeah. It would definitely have all the links and facts and information about each VTuber. So it would be fun in that sense. But like, I wanted to take another step and have it like, daily wheels you can spin. Absolutely useless, but very fun regardless. Oh wow, you guys are stuck behind ads. I need to clean my glasses. My reading glasses. They're a little blurry. Oh, so mini games based on the VTube. Yeah! Wouldn't that be fun? Like, I could have like a games booth too, where like you could throw darts or like all those carnival games that exist that are like really hard to do. Those kind of things. If possible, we could have like... No, that would be too complicated to make like username sign-ins and stuff that would keep track of how much points you've gotten. Maybe it would be more like an arcade type situation where you play the game and then if you get a high score, you can put your name on the high scoreboard. Like that. Why is there a poop in Snicklefritz's thing? Yeah, ever so slightly rigged, exactly. You'd have to work with the riggedness to win. All right. I think I'm awake enough that I can keep on reading. My nose is so itchy. It always is. It always is itchy. All right. Chapter 18. A gasp. What if I read it really wildly? A gasp in the wind. Oh, I keep on getting it wrong already. A gasp like the wind in the trees rose from the cats around J-Paw. No! No! Broken Shadow wailed. Fallen Leaves, I didn't mean it! I want to stay with you! Another wail of distress rose from some other cat. J-Paw felt a claw of guilt tear briefly at his heart, but he did his best to ignore it. I know that this is the right decision for them. He patted away from the circle, aware of the glowing look in Half Moon's eyes. We're gonna travel together, she whispered. Furled Braken stepped forward. The stones have been cast, he announced. I can no longer be your leader. Stone Song, it is only fair that you lead us into the mountains. His gaze traveled around the assembled cats. If any cat thinks Stone Song should not be our leader, speak now. They choose their leaders? J-Paw wondered, astonished. Leaders can retire or become ordinary Sharpclaws again? Silence followed Furl Bracken's words, except for the muffled wails of Broken Shadow. Rising Mood was beside her, comforting her by licking her ear. Everything will be all right, she encouraged the grief-stricken she-cat. Fallen Leaves won't know you've gone. You're wrong, J-Paw thought. Fallen Leaves will live in the tunnels for moons and moons and moons, in agony that he was abandoned. Stone Song dipped his head to Furled Braken. I will do my best to lead our clans to safety, he promised. Then he glanced around at the others, meeting the expectation in their eyes. We shall rest until dusk, he ordered. We will leave while the two-legged monsters are sleeping. Cats looked at each other, a flurry of confusion arising even among those who had wanted to leave. So soon? Chasing Clouds asked. We have waited long enough, Stone Song replied, with a grief-filled glance at Broken Shadow. There's nothing more to keep us here. Jay's wing has told us of the stone hills that are ready for us. They will be our home. Chasing Cloud straightened up. Then let's hunt, he suggested. We'll make sure that every cat is fully fed before we set out. Several cats bounded out of the glade as soon as he had finished speaking, looking relieved to have something to do. Chasing Clouds followed them, pausing beside Rising Moon to touch his ear with her nose. We will raise strong, healthy kits in the mountains, he promised her. Rising Moon hesitated for a heartbeat, then twined her tail with his. I know. I'll look for some useful herbs, she added. Running Horse will help me. Memories flooded over J-Paw of the preparations he and his clanmates had made before their own journey into the mountains. He wondered if there were any more advice he ought to give these cats, like watching out for dogs on that barn that nearly tore Hollyleaf and Lion Blaze into pieces. Housebrain, he told himself. That barn probably isn't even built yet. Standing alone in the midst of the flurry of activity, J-Paw couldn't shake off the feeling that there was something missing, something essential for the cats to find their new home and establish themselves securely in the mountains. He just couldn't think of what it was. I'd better try to catch some prey, he decided. I'll need strength for the journey. At least I'll be able to see when I leap over the gaps in the mountains. Before he reached the edge of the glade, he was intercepted by Stone Song. Jay's Wing, I need to talk to you. Puzzled, J-Paw followed him into the shadow of the trees that fringed the glade. The dark gray tabby stood over him, an earnest expression in his blue eyes. I need your help, Jay's Wing, he explained. We've never had a cat like you before, who sees things in their dreams. Have you done it before? Do you think it will happen again? J-Paw didn't know what to answer. Certainly he couldn't tell the truth. In the end, he nodded awkwardly. Relief crept into the new leader's eyes. This is unknown for all of us. I know your dreams may be wrong, but I am willing to trust you, and whatever your dreams came from. Understanding blazed down J-Paw's like a burst of sunlight. Now he understood why these cats needed more than anything. What these cats needed more than anything else. They needed StarClan and a medicine cat to help them listen to the cats that had walked here before. You're, our ancestors, he blurted out. The dreams are sent by our ancestors. Stone Shadow looked startled. You mean the cats who have died? J-Paw nodded. J-Paw is making a religion right now. He is literally making a religion. He is God, for real. They will guide us if we're prepared to listen. They'll speak with us in dreams and send us signs that certain cats will understand. Stone Song's eyes widened and his neck fur began to rise. Do you mean they speak to you? Yes, but they'll speak to other cats too, if they're willing to hear what they have to say. Stone Song tipped his head to one side. We have always wondered whether our lost cats can see us or hear us. I know Broken Shadow wishes for that more than anything. He hesitated, then added, You're sure it's not just dreams of your mother? I know it isn't. The new leader's blue eyes seemed more piercing than ever. If we find the stone hills, I will know you are right. Turning to leave, he glanced back over one shoulder. Thank you, Jay's Wing. When he had gone, J-Paw flopped on the ground, his head spinning. Have I just made myself the first ever medicine cat? He didn't even know if these cats had the same sort of ancestors in some kind of star clan or tribe of endless hunting. Have I just set myself an impossible task? The sound of approaching paw steps rose him from his thoughts. Looking up, he saw Half Moon appearing from behind the nearest tree, a vole dangling from her jaws. She set it down in front of him. Here, she mewed. I know your paws are still too sore to hunt. When J-Paw hesitated, she pushed it closer with one paw. Go ahead. I've had mine. Thanks. J-Paw tore hungrily into the vole. You're a great hunter, Half Moon, he mumbled among a huge mouthful. It looks as if we've got a long journey ahead, Half Moon went on. Do you really believe there are stone hills where we can make our home? Her green eyes were wide. shimmering in the half-light under the trees. J-Paw swallowed. Yes, I promise they are there. Half Moon gave him a long look, overwhelming him once more with the intensity in her gaze. I believe you, she murmured. J-Paw shared the last of the vole with her and settled down to doze beside her, their tails curled around each other. Breathing in her sweet scent, he began to feel a little less homesick, a little more as if this was when he belonged. A paw prodded him in the side. Blinking, he looked up into the face of Whispering Breeze. It's time, she mewed. Half Moon was already on her paws. J-Paw followed her through the clearing and out onto the hillside. The sun had set, leaving only a few streaks of scarlet in the sky. J-Paw looked up to see if any of the warriors of StarClan had appeared, before he remembered that his warrior ancestors wouldn't be born for many seasons. So, are they just stars? He wondered, gazing up at the glittering points of light. Cats were padding anxiously among the trees as if their paws itched to leave, while their hearts still drew them back to their familiar home. J-Paw watched Owlfeather's kits tumbling around her paws. Are we really going all the way to the top of the hill? Oh, are we really going all the way to the top of the hill? One of them asked, his eyes huge as moons. That's right, Owlfeather replied, and even further than that. The tiny kit bounced with delight. Wow! Running Horse and Cloudy's son were standing together under a tree. Running Horse brushed his tail along his den mate's side. The stones are cast, so we have to go, he meowed. We'll get there, Cloudy's son replied bravely. We'll help each other. Admiring the elder's courage, J-Paw hoped she was right. He was already planning the route to make it easy as possible, hoping that now that he could see, he could remember the way to the cave behind the waterfall. Are we ready? Stonesong patted up, casting a glance at all the cats. A murmur of agreement rose around him. J-Paw noticed that Jagged Lightning and Shy Fawn were both looking unhappy, but they didn't protest. Now that the decision had been made, every cat would stand by it. This was their code of honor, their version of the warrior code. Stonesong flicked his ears at J-Paw. Ready, Jayswing? J-Paw nodded. Am I really doing this? Am I about to lead the tribe of Rushing Water to their new home? Stonesong set off up the hill, his cats following him in straggling groups. Thank you! Otherworldly, it's been a while. I hope you've been well. J-Paw took his pace near the back. When they reached the top of the ridge, the purple line of the mountains had vanished in the gathering darkness. The land stretched flat and black in front of them as far as the horizon. As they padded along the ridge, Half Moon hurried up, brushing against J-Paw's side. Look! One of Owlfeather's kits have fallen over, she meowed. I must go help her. Oh, wait, that's not Stonesong. Is good. Good! Hi, John! Look, one of Owlfeather's kits has fallen over, she mewed. I must go help her. She bounded on, then halted briefly and glanced over her shoulder. Don't look back, she whispered. It'll only make it harder. J-Paw watched her pale shape moving away from him in the dusk. Something swelled inside his chest as he realized how much courage she had, how much all these cats had. To set out on a journey like this on the strength of a dream. He just hoped he was right, for their sakes. His paws slowed beneath him, and he stopped to gaze down the hill at the black expanse of the lake, glittering here and there under the first stars to appear in the dark blue sky. As he watched, the moon slid out from behind a cloud, shedding its silver light over the water. The lake seemed so familiar, yet it was not his home. Oh no! Sorry, I'm reading my roommate's thing. There is no milk yet. I must wait. The lake seemed so familiar, and yet it was not his home. Goodbye, he whispered, wondering if he was saying goodbye to ThunderClan as well. The rest of the cats had passed him, heading into what would become WindClan territory. As J-Paw set out to catch up to them, he heard a cat calling his name. J-Paw! His ThunderClan name. He spun around. Rock! The sightless cat stood close to a boulder on the hillside, his furless skin glowing in the moonlight. You do not belong with these cats, he rasped. You have done what you came here to do. It is time for you to go back to your clan. The day before, J-Paw would have been relieved. Now his first reaction was panic. But what about Stone Song? He stammered. I promised him. And Half Moon. Your time here is over, Rock insisted. J-Paw knew that he had to obey. His destiny lay here, by the lake, not in the mountains. Thanks to him, the tribe of Rushing Water would find their new home, and the tribe of Endless Hunting would be found. Padding over to Rock, he cast one last glance at the plodding line of cats, straining his eyes to pick out Half Moon's glimmering pelt. She'll be so hurt that I left without saying goodbye. But she was not his future. ThunderClan was, for he was a medicine cat. He turned back to Rock. Sorry, read ahead. Will the real Jay's Wing come back now? Rock shook his head. No. He disappeared at the start of their journey to the mountains. Dang, that's messed up. The cats were vanishing one by one into the darkness. None of them had noticed that J-Paw was gone. J-Paw stood rigid for a moment, then gave his pelt a shake. Okay, let's go, he muttered. Rock led the way behind the boulder, where the narrow entrance to a tunnel opened up. The old cat squeezed his way inside and beckoned with his tail for J-Paw to follow. The tunnel was utterly dark. J-Paw guided himself by the sound of Rock's paw steps as they padded through the silent blackness. Cool air told him where the other tunnels branched off, but Rock led him straight down into the hill. J-Paw pricked his ears, alert for any sound of fallen leaves, but there was no sight of the lost cat. How long before he realized that the cats above ground had gone? Would he know at once how many moons he would have to wait in the empty darkness until cats returned to the lake? J-Paw shuddered, hoping fallen leaves would have no idea of what lay ahead. At last the tunnel began to slope upward again. The sound of Rock's paw steps faded, but now J-Paw could smell moss and leaves again, the damp scents of the forest. Soon he found himself stepping out into the open air with the familiar sense of ThunderClan swirling around him. He was blind again, but he knew exactly where he was. Slowly he picked his way down from the path that led to the stone hollow. Had he found the answers he was looking for? Had he really been one of the cats that lived here once? And had those cats left to form the tribe of Rushing Water? Was that where the prophecy came from? At the last moment, when he could already taste the scent of the stone hollow, he veered away and headed for the lake. A soft breeze had sprung up. The broken twittering of birds overhead told him that dawn was approaching. Reaching the lakeshore, J-Paw padded across the soft grass and found the stick hidden under the tree roots of the bank. He pulled it out and ran his paws over the scratch marks, as he had done so often before. This time, the scratches spoke to him clearly. Names and images of the sharp claws filled his mind, and he could remember many of them from meeting them face to face. Jagged lightning, cloudy sun, shy fawn, owl feather. They walked beside him in the moon pool because he was one of them. The one cat who had returned to where they had lived long, long ago. Is that what makes me more powerful than StarClan? Is he a reincarnated cat? Is that it? Technically, they've already proven that that can exist, right? Because Cinderpelt is reincarnated into Cinderheart. So is J-Paw just reincarnated Jay's wing? Interesting. Interesting! J-Paw wondered if Lionblaze and Hollyleaf must have been part of the ancient clan too, even though he hadn't met them in the past. He drew his paws down the stick again, and a vision flashed into his mind. 3 cats standing together on the ridge, with the rising moon behind them and their shadows stretching out vast and black across the silver lake. 3 cats, kin of Firestar's kin, with the power of the stars in their paws. And now J-Paw could understand how they belonged together, even after the lapse of so many, many seasons. "We have come back," he murmured. "The 3 have come home." Oh, so it's kind of like the reason why the tribe of Rushing Waters knows the prophecy is because they're reincarnated from the tribe of Rushing Water, or whatever the tribe was before that. Like, there was the tribe of Rushing Water, and then before that, there were the ancient cats. And they're reincarnated potentially from those ancient cats. Potentially. Which is kind of wild if you think about it. It's like a time loop, you know? If Jay's wing was the reason why they pushed to go to the mountain, did Jay's wing have a dream where it was J-Paw telling him about it? Or was it actually... It's too complicated. It's too complicated. My mind! My mind! At any rate, we're back to the present. Chapter 19. Lionblaze woke to the sound of coughing. For a moment, he burrowed deeper into the moss, trying to remember the last time he'd had a good night's sleep. His dreams were filled with Tiger Star, taunting him about his power, sneering at him for being revolted by the sight of Heatherpaw's blood-soaked body. And when he wasn't asleep, the warrior's den was filled with choking, spluttering cats battling green cough. Then he stiffened. The sick cats had all gone to the 2-leg nest with Firestar. There shouldn't be any coughing now. Raising his head, Lionblaze saw Spiderleg in a nest a couple tail lengths away, his body shaken by another fit of coughing. Oh no, Firestar's idea isn't working. "Spiderleg," he meowed, "you'd better get along to Leafpool. She'll give you something for the cough, and then you can join the others in the 2-leg nest." "Don't tell me what to do," the older warrior snapped. "I've just got a bit of moss in my throat, that's all." Even in the dim light of the warrior's den, Lionblaze could see that Spiderleg's eyes were glazed with a fever. "I don't think so." At the same moment, Brambleclaw raised his head from his nest nearer to the center of the den. "Spiderleg, you're ill. You know how fast the sickness spreads. Go and see Leafpool now. Lionblaze, you go with him." "Sure." Lionblaze hauled himself out of his nest and gave his pelt a quick grooming. Spiderleg rose to his paws with an exaggerated sigh that ended in another bout of coughing. He pushed his way into the clearing, and Lionblaze followed, padding a few steps behind him as they headed for the medicine cat's den. The chill of dawn stayed low over the camp, and shadows crowded thickly around the sides of the hollow. A moisture-laden breeze held a promise of rain later. Before they reached the den, Daisy came bounding over from the nursery. "Spiderleg, what's the matter?" she fretted. "Are you ill?" "I'm fine. I just wish—" More coughing interrupted Spiderleg. "I just wish every cat would stop fussing," he finished when he could speak again. Daisy's eyes grew wide with dismay. "You are ill!" "Don't worry, Daisy." Lionblaze brushed his muzzle against the cream-colored she-cat's shoulder. "I'm taking him to Leafpool now." He and Spiderleg headed off again, leaving Daisy to watch after them, her eyes filled with anxiety. Inside the den, Leafpool and J-Paw were already awake. "This is the last of the tansy," Leafpool was mewing. "You'd better see if you can find more, and take it straight to the 2-leg nest. Remember to put it on the flat stone outside the entrance." "Okay." J-Paw turned to go, then halted as he realized that Spiderleg and Lionblaze were there. "What now?" he asked. Spiderleg answered with another fit of coughing. "No! For a heartbeat, Lineblaze saw fear flicker in Leafpool's eyes. Then she was the quiet, efficient medicine cat again. Spiderleg, eat this tansy. It'll soothe your throat. J-Paw, bring some more back here as well. J-Paw gave her a brief nod, whisked past the bramble screen, and vanished. While Spiderleg was chewing up the tansy, grumbling under his breath, Daisy poked her head into the den. Can I come in? She asked Leafpool, her words muffled by the plump vole she was carrying. Leafpool looked uncertain. The fewer cats around Spiderleg, the better. Then she nodded. Of course, Daisy. What is it? Daisy dropped the vole at Spiderleg's paws. I brought you this. I thought you could do with a good meal before you go to the two-leg nest. Well, you needn't have bothered. Spiderleg meowed ungraciously. I'm not hungry. Daisy took a step back, her neck fur bristling. I chose it specially. Aww. Spiderleg didn't reply, just swiped his tongue round his jaws for the last of the tansy juices. Our kits are worried about you too, Daisy went on. Her voice grew sharper. It's a wonder they remember you, because you never come to visit them. Bro, are they breaking up? Ooh, drama. Spiderleg shrugged. It's not that I'm not interested. I just know that you'll do a great job of raising them without me. Why? Daisy challenged him. Because I've risen kits on my own before? But that wasn't my choice, Spiderleg, as you know very well. Lineblaze exchanged an embarrassed glance with Leafpool. He wished that he could leave the den, but the two quarreling cats were blocking the entrance. Leafpool was listening with a strange look in her eyes that Lineblaze couldn't interpret. Every kid is different, Daisy went on, and every kid deserves to know its father. You're missing out, Spiderleg, and if you're not careful, it will be too late, and your own kids won't know who you are. Not waiting for a reply, she spun around and stalked out of the den. She-cats! Spiderleg exclaimed. He turned to leave, but Leafpool slipped past him and blocked his way out. Kids are a precious gift, Spiderleg, she mewed quietly. You should take every chance you can to be a good father. It's even better than being a mentor. How would you know? Spiderleg demanded. Leafpool just gazed at him, her amber eyes clear and calm. Sorry, Spiderleg muttered after a heartbeat. It's just, I never planned to have kids with Daisy. I feel useless and clumsy around them. And I feel every cat is judging me because I'm not closer to Daisy. It didn't work out, that's all. Oh, they are broken up technically. Sort of. They had a fling, but they're not technically quote-unquote mates. That's what I'm reading. That's what I'm reading into this right now. It didn't work out, but they had kids. Nice. That's not the point, Leafpool replied. Your kids still have a mother and a father, even if you and Daisy aren't mates anymore. They did break up! Oh my god, that's so... I didn't even know that. I didn't remember that. They broke up. Oh. Crazy. You're punishing the kids by not being a better father. They won't judge you because they don't know any different. But in the end, they're the only things that matter. I don't know what to do, Spiderleg protested. I can't. Another outbreak of coughing cut off what he was about to say. Then learn! Leafpool's amber eyes blazed. You've seen Brambleclaw and Greystripe and Dustpelt around their kits. I can't believe you don't see how important this is. You should cherish your kits with every breath you take. As she spoke, Lionblaze felt a surge of warmth towards Brambleclaw. He was a great father, always ready to listen or to help if his kits had a problem. He'd spent a lot of time with the three kits because Squirrelflight went back to being a warrior so quickly. Lionblaze trusted him completely. He couldn't imagine a better father. If Spiderleg's not careful, he thought, he and the kits are going to end up like Crowfeather and Breezepelt. They don't even like each other. Lionblaze, Leafpool had obviously realized that he was there, listening to every word she and Spiderleg were saying. You can go now. Thanks for helping. Lionblaze dipped his head and slipped past Spiderleg into the clearing. As he left, he heard Leafpool meow, Before you go to the two-leg nest, you will eat that vole. You need to keep your strength up if you're going to get better. As he left Leafpool's den, Lineblaze spotted Brambleclaw choosing a squirrel from the fresh kill pile. Squirrelflight patted up, and her mate dropped the fresh kill at her paws. "This is for you," he meowed. "I know how much you love young squirrel." "So do you," Squirrelflight purred, touching her nose to hit his ear. "Let's share it." Brambleclaw hesitated. "Okay, but you have as much as you want. The whole clan wants you to get strong again." The two cats settled down side by side to share their squirrel. A surge of warmth spread through Lionblaze as he watched them. "Thanks to our clan, our parents are so close." "Hey, Lionblaze!" Brambleclaw lifted his head from the squirrel. "Now that you've dealt with Spiderlike, what about a hunting patrol? Ashfur is waiting for you. The mice aren't going to line up and come running into camp, you know." "Sure!" Lionblaze waved his tail and bounded across the clearing towards Ashfur. Yes, he loved his father, even if he was a bossy old furball. Linebase padded along the old two-leg path with the squirrel and two mice dangling from his jaws. It was his turn to take the fresh kill to the tree trunk outside the two-leg nest. A thin drizzle was falling, misting on his pelt and turning the path to mud. 2 sunrises before, when Spiderleg had started coughing. Oh, it's 2 days ago already. The hopes of every cat in the clan had plummeted, afraid that Firestar's plan would come to nothing after all. But since then, no other cat had fallen ill. Lionblaze had begun to wonder if they had started to win the battle after all. He didn't know how much the sick cats in the two-leg nest except that all of them, even Millie, were still alive. Even Millie is still alive, guys. Wow. Everything was quiet as the walls of the two-leg nest appeared through the trees. Lionblaze brushed through the wet grass to leave his prey on the hollowed trunk. The trunk wasn't empty, as he had expected. A few pieces of fresh kill turned soggy from the rain still lay at the bottom. The scent of cats around the tree stump was faint and stale. Icy water, far colder than rain, seemed to trickle down Lionblaze's spine. Why aren't the sick cats eating? Are they all too weak to fetch the prey? With one paw, he scraped the old prey, rapidly turning into crow food, out of the tree trunk and replaced it with the fresh, pushing his catch further back into the hollow to keep it dry. Then he hesitated, looking around. He wasn't meant to continue hunting, but he couldn't leave until he found out why the cats in the two-leg nest hadn't collected all their fresh kill. Slowly, he padded towards the entrance to the den. Leafpool and Firestar had both forbidden the hunters to go any closer than the tree trunk, but Lionblaze told himself that this was an emergency, and both would want him to break the rules. As he approached, an eerie wailing rose from the two-leg nest, the cry of a cat in deep distress. Lionblaze stopped dead. "What's happening?" he called out, hating the way his voice shook. "Courage," he told himself fiercely. For a heartbeat, there was no response. Then Lionblaze leaped back as Cloudtail's face loomed in front of him in the entrance, his white fur startling in the gloom. "Firestar is dying." Lionblaze clenched his teeth on a wail of despair. Forgetting to be wary of the sickness, he brushed past Cloudtail and entered the nest. Firestar was lying in a den on the far side. Most of the sick cats were sitting around him in a ragged circle. Brightheart and Honeyfern were bending him over, holding scraps of soaked moss to his lips. Lionblaze pushed through the line of cats and looked down at his clan leader. Firestar's breath was coming in hoarse gasps, his sides heaving with the effort of sucking in air. A stench of something more than sickness hung in the air. As Lionblaze gazed at him, horrified, Brightheart looked up. "Firestar is losing a life," she meowed gently. Taking a step back, Lionblaze stood alongside to the other sick cats and watched in silence as their leader struggled to breathe. Gradually, the heaving of Firestar's flanks slowed down. His breathing grew shallower, then stopped. His eyes closed, and he lay still. Lionblaze saw the faintest outline of a flame-colored cat rise from Firestar's body and pat away, to be lost in the shadows of one corner of the den. Oh my god. Is that what it looks like to lose a life? He wondered. How many does Firestar have left? What if that was his last one? It seemed as if he stood beside his leader's body for countless moons, or perhaps it was no more than a heartbeat. Then he saw Firestar's sides give a convulsive heave. Bright green eyes blinked open, struggling to focus. Firestar! Brightheart's tone was soft as she bent over again. You're back with us. Lionblaze felt his mouth drop open. Firestar really had died and come back. Cloudtail patted up with a fresh bundle of soaked moss, which he gave to his mate. Brightheart held the moss to Firestar's lips. Drink this, she murmured, and then get some rest. Go and fetch him some fresh kill, Cloudtail ordered Lionblaze. He needs to keep his strength up. Lionblaze ran outside again and came back with one of the freshly killed mice. By the time he returned, Firestar was sitting up, a confused look in his eyes that gradually died away. Thanks, he murmured as Lionblaze dropped the mouse beside him. But you shouldn't be here. You could catch the sickness. Lionblaze's pelt stood on end. Firestar had come back, but he needed to leave the nest right away. If he stayed, how long would it be before the dreadful sickness killed him again? Firestar took a bite of the mouse, glancing around while he chewed and swallowed it. It's okay, he meowed, meeting the worried gazes of his clanmates. Everything's fine now. No, it's not, Brightheart mewed sharply. You're still weak, even if haven't got green cough anymore. What if you lose another life? You should go back to camp and let Leafpool look after you. Firestar shook his head. There's nothing that Leafpool can do for me there that she can't do while I'm here. I'll stay with you all. A murmur of respect rose from the cats around him. Rosekit padded forward to the edge of Firestar's nest. Are you gonna keep dying and coming back again? She asked curiously. I hope not, Firestar replied, while Honeyfern shooed Rosekit back into the nursery area. I knew you'd insist on staying, Brightheart murmured, touching her nose to Firestar's ear. Firestar blinked at her. I am not the cat with the most to lose, he replied, his green gaze drifting towards the nest where Millie lay. Lionblaze turned to look at the gray she-cat. She looked even thinner and more pitiful than when she had left the camp 3 sunrises before. She was laying sprawled on one side, her sides barely rising and falling with each faint breath. Briarkit nuzzled into her belly, trying to feed and letting out pitiful mewling noises when she couldn't find any milk. Honeyfern bent over, gently nudging her away with one paw. Come on, she comforted the tiny kit. I'll find you a mouse to eat. They're very tasty. I want a mouse. Briarkit's voice was hoarse. I want milk. Her voice rose to a feeble wail. I want my mother. Lionblaze turned away, unable to watch. Around him, the sick cats are stumbling back into their own nests, heads and tails drooping in defeat. How long before they're all dead like Firestar? And none of them have 9 lives. Guilt swamped him. He knew that he had the power to help his clanmates, the power to do anything, he reminded himself, but he had refused to use it. I'm going, he told Cloudtail roughly, desperate to get out of the nest and as far from the sickness as possible. I'll tell Brambleclaw and about Firestar losing a life, and I'll be back soon with more fresh kill. It's not fresh kill we need, Cloudtail pointed out. It's catmint. And the will of StarClan that we survive, Brightheart added. Their words echoed in Lionblaze's ears as he ran back to the hollow, hardly feeling the stone path under his paws. StarClan did want sick cats to survive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent J-Paw the Dream where he found the catmint. StarClan didn't do that, bruh. J-Paw did. Oh, the next paragraph is literally that. Even if it wasn't StarClan who sent him the dream, Lionblaze argued with himself, the 3 of us have been given our powers for a reason. Perhaps this is it. Perhaps this is the start of the prophecy. When he pushed through the tunnel into camp, he couldn't seek Brambleclaw. Checking the warrior's den, he found it empty. But as he emerged, he spotted the clan deputy coming out of the tunnel with his jaws full of fresh kill. Sandstorm and Berrynose followed him. Lionblaze met them by the fresh kill pile where they dropped their prey. There's news, he meowed abruptly. Firestar has lost a life. No! Sandstorm's green eyes widened. She spun as if she was going to dash out of camp, but Brambleclaw laid his tail gently over his shoulders. You can't help him, he murmured. Sandstorm sat down, her head bowed. I know. Her voice was so low Lionblaze could scarcely hear it. But it's hard. Did you see but Firestar die? Berrynose meowed, his eyes wide. What was it like? Lionblaze glared at him and didn't bother to answer. As he padded away, he heard Brambleclaw's voice raised scathingly. I might expect a question like that from a kid, Berrynose, but not from a warrior, especially the one I mentored. Oh my god. Forgetting the annoying cream-colored warrior, Lionblaze brushed past the brambles into the medicine cat's den. To his relief, Leafpool wasn't there. Only J-Paw pawing through a pitiful collection of thin, shriveled herbs. J-Paw whipped around. What do you want? Lionblaze bowed his head. I'm sorry, he meowed. I will go to Wind Clan. Nice. Chapter 20. It only took 15 chapters, right? As soon as Lionblaze had caught more prey, he headed back towards the two-legged nest. Dropping the fresh kill in the tree trunk, he noticed the rest of the catch he had brought earlier had disappeared, and some cats had scratched earth over the soggy leavings. Slightly reassured that the sick cats were back to their normal routine, he doubled back and headed deeper into the forest towards the entrance to the tunnel. Fear raised every hair on his pelt, but Lionblaze quickened his pace until he was racing through the trees. He felt sick at the thought of going through the tunnels in the dark. He wanted to do it while there was still some chance of daylight. He halted a few fox lengths away from the tunnel mouth, glancing around warily, with his ears pricked and his mouth open to pick up any trace of his clanmates. No cat must know what he was about to do. This was his and J-Paw's secret, because the tunnels between the clans represented nothing but invasion and bloodshed. To his relief, the only ThunderClan scent was stale. He guessed that the Dawn Patrol had passed this spot earlier in the day. Flattening himself to the ground until his belly fur brushed the grass, Lionblaze crept through the undergrowth into the tunnel. A couple of tail lengths down, he encountered the thorn barrier he and his clanmates had put there after the battle, to stop WindClan coming back that way. By the time he had scrabbled his way through the obstacle, he had scratched shoulders and prickled pads, and left tufts of golden fur on the thorns behind him. StarClan, please don't let any cat come here to check before I get back. Darkness closed around Lionblaze as he walked along the passage. There was no sound except for his soft paw steps and rapid breathing, but his heart seemed to be thudding loudly enough to be heard in the WindClan camp. It wasn't the WindClan warriors he was afraid of, though. If he met any of them, he would fight and take the consequences afterward when One Star complained to Firestar. The vision of his dream was what scared him, and he seemed to smell the reek of Heatherpaw's blood already. At last, Lionblaze realized that the darkness was giving way to gray light. Ahead of him, he could hear the sound of rushing water. Moments later, he stepped out into the cave where the river flowed, its surface faintly reflecting the light from the gap in the roof. He glanced up at the ledge where Heatherpaw used to sit when she was Heatherstar, leader of Dark Clan, but it was empty now. Lionblaze felt a stabbing pain in his heart, as if an enemy had sunk his teeth into it. He couldn't wish for those days to come back again, when he was lying to his clan and losing so much sleep that he couldn't train properly. He didn't want to remember them either, not after Heatherpaw had betrayed him. He shook himself vigorously as if he was scattering raindrops from his pelt, then headed for the tunnel that led him into WindClan territory. Soon he saw the cracks ahead of him, a shaft of daylight breaking through. Beyond, he could see more rock and tough moorland grass. Lionblaze paused, alert again, this time for the sound or scent of WindClan, but all he could hear was the faint whine of the wind as it brushed through the grass, and there was no scent of WindClan cats at all. Padding forward, he dared to poke his head out of the tunnel. The place was just as J-Paw had described it, a tumble of rough, lichen-covered rocks, with wiry moorland grass growing between them, a spring of water welling up between two rocks. Lionblaze's ears pricked, and he made out the sound of a tiny trickle. Checking once again for scent, he picked up a new trace of WindClan, but couldn't see or hear any cats. Warily, he emerged from the tunnel and crept towards the sound, pressing himself flat to the ground and taking advantage of all the covering the rocks had offered him. Every hair on his pelt was bristling. He imagined his scent spreading all over WindClan territory, drawing every cat towards him, and the faint brush of his paws through the grass sounded as loud as an owl's screech. Linebase felt as if several moons had passed, but it was only a few moments before he crawled around the base of a rock and spotted the stream that J-Paw had told him about. It welled up from a crack in a tiny pool. Huge clumps of catmint grew around it. He felt a pang of envy that another clan had so many, when ThunderClan cats were dying for need of it. Padding forward, Lionblaze buried his nose in one of the clumps, resisting the temptation to roll in the herb and soak his pelt in the clean, sharp scent. That wasn't why he had come. Working quickly, he bit off the stems until he had a massive bundle, as much as he could carry. Gathering the herbs into his jaws, Lionblaze headed back to the tunnel. The catmint drowned any other scent, but he kept his ears pricked, and his gaze flickered all around him, alert for rival warriors. He saw no cat, slipping back through the crack into the WindClan tunnel. He relaxed, thankful to be away from the risk of the accusing gaze of WindClan cats. Quickening his pace, Lionblaze bounded along as the tunnel grew wider, to halt abruptly when he burst into the cave. Standing in front of him, her light brown tabby pelt bristling and her blue eyes blazing, was Heatherpaw. "Thief!" Lionblaze's jaw dropped open, letting the catmint fall. "Heatherpaw! Heathertail!" the she-cat snarled. "You thought you'd got away with it," she went on, her voice scathing, "but I spotted you, creeping among the rocks. I guessed you would use the tunnels to go back to your own territory." Then why didn't you call for a patrol?" Lionblaze stammered. Heathertail's eyes flashed and her lips curled. "You're not worth it. You may think that you're the best fighter in all the clans, but you don't scare me." The red glare of blood surged through Lionblaze's mind, filling his eyes. "Traitor!" he yowled, leaping for Heathertail with his paws outstretched. He could feel his claws slicing through her throat, and the blood pouring out, soaking her fur in his own, pooling out on the cave floor. A rasping sound of horror came from his voice. The blood was hot and thick on his fur, the reek of it choking his nose. As the red tide ebbed, he saw Heathertail watching him, her fur unruffled and her gaze icy. Lionblaze shuddered. The vision had been so real, yet he hadn't moved a paw. Heathertail padded past him and paused in the mouth of the tunnel that led into WindClan. "Go, and don't come back," she hissed. "You can take the catmint. I've no quarrel with ThunderClan. I don't want to see cats suffer, whatever you might think. Just be careful you don't end up a bully like your kin, Tiger Star." Flicking her tail disdainfully, she vanished into the tunnel. As he gathered up the scattered stems of catmint, her parting words echoed in Lionblaze's mind, and his belly churned with fear that they might be true. His dreams had nearly come true. He had nearly killed her, and Heathertail had known. The difference between him and Tiger Star was fading, and Lionblaze was more scared than he had ever been in his life. Bum 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 bum. Chapter 21. J-Paw delivered more tansy to the flat rock outside the two-legged nest, then picked up Lionblaze's scent and followed it to the mouth of the tunnel. Not many heartbeats had passed before he heard scrabbling sounds from inside, where the ThunderClan cats had built the thorn barrier. Lionblaze's scent grew stronger, mingled with the smell of catmint. "You found it!" J-Paw exclaimed as his brother emerged into the open. "Did any WindClan cat spot you?" Lionblaze hesitated. J-Paw was aware of mingled fear and anger coming from him. "Would I be here if they had?" he demanded. "Can you smell any wounds on me?" J-Paw shrugged. He didn't have time to figure out why Lionblaze sounded as if he had ants in his fur. "You better fix that barrier," he mewed. "We don't want any cat guessing what we did." Lionblaze retreated into the tunnel without a word, while J-Paw picked up the bundle of catmint and headed for the two-legged nest. "Where did you get that?" J-Paw stiffened as he heard Leafpool's voice. He hadn't decided what story to tell her, and he hoped for time to treat the sick cats before she found out. "Catmint!" There was joy in Leafpool's voice as she padded up to him and buried her nose in the leafy stems. And so fresh and well grown, too. It can't have come from the old two-leg nest. No, J-Paw mumbled around the stems. It came from way up. He waved his tail vaguely towards the deepest parts of the territory. Thanks, StarClan, Leafpool whispered. They must have shown you where to look. Yeah, they did. It was true, J-Paw realized. He would never have found the Catman if Bright Spirit hadn't guided him to WindClan. This is all there is, he added. No point in looking for any more. This should be more than enough. J-Paw could sense that Leafpool was too relieved to ask more searching questions. Come on, let's give it to the sick cats right now. As they crossed the scent markers around the two-leg nest, she paused. Tonight is the half moon, she meowed. I think both of us can go to the moon pool this time. J-Paw nodded, his mouth too full of catmint to reply. He wondered if StarClan cats would be waiting for him, to thank him for saving ShadowClan. He was tempted to walk in Little Cloud streams to see what explanation he gave to his clan's warrior ancestors for rejecting them in favor of Soul. But most of all, he wanted to walk in the paw prints of the path leading down to the moon pool and feel part of the ancient cats once more. Though J-Paw couldn't see the moon, he could imagine its silvery light washing over his fur and his paws as his paws slipped into the paw-shaped hollows on the spiral path. Did I come here before, when I was Jay's wing? Are any of these paw prints mine? He could feel deep satisfaction coming from all his fellow medicine cats, because Little Cloud had joined them again. Mothwing had made the journey with Willowshine this time, too. Well, I suppose cats would start asking questions if she missed every time. He padded forward to the edge of the pool and heard the other cats take their places around him. But as he was stretching forward to lap a few drops of icy water, Leafpool mewed. Wait. Oh my gosh! Surprised, J-Paw sat up, aware of his mentor's barely contained excitement. Before we share tongues with StarClan, Leafpool continued, her voice coming from the other side of the pool near the waterfall, I have a task to do. StarClan has shown me that it is time I gave J-Paw his full name. J-Paw couldn't hide his astonishment. Leafpool must be referring to the catmint that he had found. For a heartbeat, he felt ashamed that he had used Cressler Paw and Lion Blaze to get the herbs, and then lied to Leafpool about where he had found them. But ThunderClan will survive, he reminded himself. He didn't care what he had done to achieve that. Warmth spread through him from ears to tail tip, and Leafpool had delivered... Warmth spread through him from ears to tail tip as he remembered the joy and relief of the sick cats when he and Leafpool had delivered the precious herb. They were already sleeping more restfully, and there was plenty of catmint left to go on treating them. Well, J-Paw? Leafpool's voice was full of amused affection. Patrick got your tongue? No, thank you, he stammered. Then come here to me. J-Paw patted around the edge of the pool, setting his paws down carefully on the slippery surface. He didn't want to begin his naming ceremony by falling into the moon pool. As he passed Barkface, the old medicine cat grunted, well done, and Cressler Paw rested his tail lightly on J-Paw's shoulder. At last, J-Paw stood in front of his mentor, startled by the depth of love and pride that flooded out of her. It was even stronger than the emotion he had felt coming from Half Moon. Did he really mean so much to Leafpool? I, Leafpool, medicine cat of ThunderClan, she began, call upon my warrior ancestors to look down on this apprentice. He has trained hard to understand the ways of a medicine cat, and with your help, he will serve his clan for many moons. Every hair on J-Paw's pelt prickled as he listened. He forgot about the watching cats. It was as if he stood in a high, remote place with no cat but Leafpool and the endless voice of the falling water. J-Paw, Leafpool continued, do you promise to uphold the ways of a medicine cat, to stand apart from rivalry between clan and clan, to protect all cats equally, even at the cost of your life? I do. J-Paw spoke the words clearly and confidently. For a moment, he caught a trace of movement behind him, a lingering scent that wasn't quite clan but carried hints of ThunderClan's territory. Half Moon! Had she come to watch him become a full medicine cat? J-Paw hoped she understood what this meant, how he could never have belonged to her in the way she had wanted, in the way that they might both have wanted if things had been different. Then, by the powers of StarClan, I give you your true name as a medicine cat. J-Paw's belly lurched. Don't call me J-Wing. He could just about cope with the weight of knowledge his dreams had brought him, but he didn't want to go through the rest of his life sharing the name of his ancient counterpart. J-Paw, from this moment, you will be known as J-Feather. Leafpool's voice shook with feeling. StarClan honors your skill and your thirst for knowledge. You have saved the lives of many cats. In the midst of his pride and relief, J-Feather wondered whether his mentor would ever explain exactly what he had done to deserve the ceremony. With so much uneasiness between the clans, he guessed she would prefer to keep quiet about the outbreak of green cough. Otherwise, as he had told Lineblaze, she could simply have asked Barkface for some catmint. He felt Leafpool's muzzle rest on his head, just as clan leaders do when they made a new warrior. In response, he rasped his tongue over his mentor's shoulder. J-Feather! J-Feather! Little Cloud called out. All the other medicine cats joined in, even Willowshine. She hasn't got anything to be so snooty about now, J-Feather thought. Now, it's time for you to share tongues with StarClan as a full medicine cat, Leafpool told him. And may they send you a good dream, Barkface rumbled. J-Feather. Oh my god, it's gonna be hard to say. I almost said J-Paw again. J-Feather felt slightly nervous as he padded back around the pool. Would the cats of StarClan claw his fur for the dubious way he earned his name? Yellowfang wouldn't be impressed, he was sure. I don't care. I saved the clan when no other cat could. He settled himself to the edge of the pool and stretched forward to lap the water. Around him, he could hear the other medicine cats doing the same, then making themselves comfortable to sleep and receive the dreams StarClan would send them. J-Feather curled up, too, closing his eyes and wrapping his tail over his nose. He woke, blinking in the unaccustomed light, half prepared to find himself on the bleak mountaintop where he encountered Rock. Instead, he found himself in the lush forest clearing where Bright Spirit had come to speak with him. A warm breeze, full of the green scents of growing herbs, caressed his pelt. His anxieties melted away like ice in new leaf. At first, J-Feather thought he was alone, but as the breeze stirred the leaves, he saw two cats crouching on a branch at the other side of the clearing. Shining Heart and Braveheart were looking down at him with gleaming eyes. At the same moment, the break-in underneath the tree parted, and Bright Spirit stepped into the open. The beautiful silver tabby padded across the clearing until she touched noses with him. Her sweet scent mingled with the smell of herbs. J-Feather, she greeted him, her eyes alight with happiness. Now you are a true medicine cat. I owe it to you, J-Feather admitted. You saved my clan by telling me where to find the catmint. I was glad to help. Bright Spirit's green eyes shone with love and joy. Once I thought to set my paws on the way of a medicine cat, but that was not the path StarClan laid down for me. Now I will do all that I can to help those in need, whichever clan they belong to, or tribe. J-Feather bowed his head in deep respect. Thank you. Thank you for traveling so far to help us. Once again, Bright Spirit touched her nose to his. I think you have traveled even further, my friend. J-Feather shivered. Hesitantly, he asked, Will I see you again? That is in the paws of the stars, Bright Spirit replied. Her breath warmed his fur. J-Feather was surrounded by a glittering cloud, as if the silver tabby was about to whirl him up into the sky, to be a star alongside her. His paws tingled. Goodbye, J-Feather, Bright Spirit whispered. J-Feather's eyes snapped open on darkness. He was curled on the flat stones of the moon pool, with the other medicine cats beginning to wake around him. When he and Leafpool returned to camp early the next morning, Jayfeather could hear his clanmates talking loudly in the middle of the clearing. Brambleclaw's voice rose above the noise. "Settle down and I'll get everything sorted out, okay?" Leafpool sighed. "Every cat is getting cranky and exhausted from all the hunting and border patrols. I'll go fetch them some strengthening herbs." She patted towards her den. "Jaypaw, can I have a word?" Brambleclaw called out as Jayfeather approached the cats, wondering what all the fuss was about. "Sure, and it's Jayfeather now." Jayfeather pointed out proudly. No cat took any notice. "Aww, that's so mean!" No cat took any notice to him proudly presenting his warrior name or his medicine cat name. What the? Stifling an irritated sigh, he asked, "What's the problem?" "Brakenfirst says the Dawn Patrol spotted a fox in WindClan, not far from the border," Brambleclaw replied. "Did you and Leafpool see anything on your way back?" "I didn't see anything," Jayfeather retorted. "I picked up a whiff of fox scent, but I'm pretty sure it didn't come from our territory." "If it's near WindClan border, it could soon come over here." Daisy's worried voice spoke from nearby. "Our kids could be in danger." Where is it? "And the cat's in the two-leg nest." Jayfeather could sense Graystripe's anxiety. "What if the fox gets in there?" Oh wait, sorry, this is Graystripe. "And the cat's in the two-leg nest." Jayfeather could sense Graystripe's anxiety. "What if the fox gets in there?" "Okay, Graystripe and Brakenfur, go and check it out." Brambleclaw ordered. "If you find any signs that the fox crossed the border, then follow the scent and see if you can find its den." "Right, let's go." Graystripe sounded relieved to be doing something about the threat. Jayfeather intercepted the two warriors before they could leave. "Leafpool has some strengthening herbs for you." "Thanks, Jayfeather," Brakenfur meowed. Jayfeather heard him and Graystripe bounding over to the medicine cat's den. They heard him say that he got his name, but they literally didn't do anything. That's so sad. He's just like, "Oh yeah, thanks, Jayfeather. Cool name you got there." They didn't even get that part. "Right, hunting patrols," Brambleclaw went on. "Ashfur, can you lead one for the camp? Take Sorreltail and Birchfall with you and—"
"What about my bedding?" Mousefur interrupted. "It hasn't been changed for days. Every cat is so busy that none of the regular jobs are being done."
I change her voice every single stream. Sorry, my my roommate is on the phone right now, and she's talking so loud because she's talking to her grandparents, and her voice, they have trouble hearing, so she has to talk so loud, and it's hard to read. Where was I? Jayfeather heard Brambleclaw suppress a sigh. "Okay, Mousefur, the apprentices can get right on to that." Mousefur snored. I should think so." I don't see why we should do that," Foxpaw murmured to his littermate. Jayfeather realized that Foxpaw and Icepaw were right beside him. "Mousefur is as cranky as a badger with a sore paw," Foxpaw went on. "We never get anythings." "No, it's always, 'It's too damp,' or 'There are thorns in there,'" Icepaw whispered back. Jayfeather turned until he was looming over the two apprentices. "You should be making yourself useful by fetching clean bedding for Mousefur," he snapped. "Show a bit of respect for your elders." "How would you like to sleep in a dirty nest?" "You're not our mentor," Foxpaw protested. "You can't tell us what to do." Jayfeather bent his head until he was almost touching noses with Foxpaw. "Fetch Mousefur's bedding now." Otherwise, I'll tell Daisy that you were planning to make Toadkit eat rabbit droppings by telling him they were a new kind of berry. He felt a jolt of shock from Foxpaw. How did you know that? Never mind how I know, Jayfeather replied. Just do it. You really wouldn't tell Daisy, Foxpaw blustered. Jayfeather bared his teeth. Try me. Okay, we're going. Come on, Icepaw. Why are you standing around like that? Jayfeather heard Foxpaw push his sister, and both young cats scurried off towards the barrier. Icepaw's bewildered voice drifted back. Rabbit droppings? What was he talking about? Never mind, Foxpaw meowed. We have to fetch some moss. Now! Picking up the sharp tang of strengthening herbs, Jayfeather realized that Leafpool had reappeared from their den and was distributing the leaves to all the warriors. Thanks, Leafpool, Brambleclaw mewed. Have you enough for the sick cats as well? Yes, plenty, Leafpool replied. I'll send Jayfeather to the two-leg nest. Sorry. I'll send Jayfeather to the two-leg nest with them. There's something else, she added. Can you ask the hunting patrols to look out for young prey? That's easier for the sick cats to eat. And now that we've got the cat mint, they'll start to feel hungry again. No problem, Brambleclaw replied. You heard that, right? Sandstorm, will you lead a patrol for the two-leg nest? Take Spiderleg, Berrynose, and, Ashfur. Now we need a border patrol to go over the Shadow Clan border. I'll lead it and... You do realize, Berrynose broke in, that you've just assigned Ashfur to both those hunting patrols. Is he supposed to split himself in two? Oh, mouse dung, Brambleclaw exclaimed. Sorry, Ashfur, you can... Ashfur, for StarClan's sake, Squirrelflight broke in. Jayfeather winced at the fury spilling over from her. Can't you speak up instead of standing there like a tree stump? Sorry, but... Ashfur sounded startled. Sorry catches no prey. Squirrelflight snarled. Why didn't you say anything? Can't you see how much pressure Brambleclaw is under? Does the clan deputy have to sort everything out on his own? Oh my god. He literally just finished speaking. Hey, Squirrelflight. Brambleclaw sounded embarrassed by his mate's fierce defense. Squirrelflight ignored him. Jayfeather realized that her anger was fueled by frustration that she still wasn't fit enough to hunt or patrol, as well as the fear for her father and her clanmates. There's more than one cat that would like to be deputy if anything happened to Brambleclaw, she spat. You're all quick enough to blame Brambleclaw for his mistakes, but would any of you like to be in his position now? Squirrelflight, be quiet, Brambleclaw interrupted again, more fiercely. It's no big deal. Squirrelflight let out a furious hiss, spun around, and stalked off towards the warrior's tent. Jayfeather felt a glow of pride in her for speaking up. He was proud of his father, too, for taking on all the leadership responsibilities and holding ThunderClan together while Firestar was ill. Sorry about that, Ashfur, Brambleclaw went on. You go on leading the camp patrol. Sandstorm, you can have Mouse Whisker instead. Very well. Ashfur's voice was cold. He collected his patrol together and left. For StarClan's sake, get over it, Jayfeather thought. Brambleclaw made an honest mistake. Heading with Leafpool back to his den, he couldn't help wondering whether there was more to the quarrel than he realized. So much fury from Squirrelflight. Brambleclaw so quick to make amends. Ashfur clearly not forgiving him. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Had Jayfeather missed something really obvious between those three cats? He shook his head to clear it. Whatever the problem was, they could deal with it themselves. It had nothing to do with him, that's for sure. Chapter 22. Guys, I think this might be the chapter. Or at least leading up to the chapter. Gray-green clouds hung low over the forest, and the air felt thick and clammy. Holly leaves prickled with the warning of an approaching storm. As she padded through the forest at the rear of Ashfur's hunting patrol, the looming storm clouds seemed to echo the uneasiness around her. However much she tried to push her worries away, she couldn't ignore the feeling that something was wrong. 2 nights before, Brambleclaw had chosen her to attend the gathering. Blackstar had been there, but he had said nothing at all about Soul, or his decision to let ShadowClan live by the warrior code once more. Brambleclaw had taken Firestar's place with those 3 clan leaders, telling them briefly that Firestar was sorry he couldn't come, but without explaining why. What else are we hiding from one another? Hollyleaf wondered. She was reminded of one secret as the patrol was passing the two-leg nest. Lineblaze emerged from inside, along with Honeyfern and Rosekit. The tiny cream-colored kits bounced through the opening and hurled herself into a drift of dead leaves, squealing with excitement as they crackled around her and batting them up into the air. Steady, Lineblaze mewed. You don't want to wear yourself out before you get back to camp. Rosekit sat up, a dead leaf clinging to the top of her head. I'm fine, she announced, and I want to catch some prey for my mother. Purring, Honeyfern nudged her out of the pile of leaves and gave the tiny kit's pelt a quick grooming, Lineblaze padding up to his sister. More cats going home? Hollyleaf asked. That's right, Lineblaze replied. There's just Millie and Briarkit left now, and Firestar. He won't leave until every cat is back in camp. It was great that Jayfeather found that catmint, Hollyleaf remarked, her eyes narrowing as she watched her brother's reaction. Yeah. Lineblaze looked uncomfortable. His behavior convinced Hollyleaf of what she had suspected already, that there was some secret about the catmint, and both her brothers were involved in it. Why won't they tell me? We shouldn't have secrets from one another. Everything will be fine now, Lineblaze went on quickly, as if he wanted to avoid any questions. The catmint here is starting to sprout again, so there's enough for Millie and Briarkit. They're getting stronger every day. That's good, but why? Hollyleaf! Ashfur's impatient yowl cut off her question. The gray warrior had turned back and was waiting for her a few tail lengths along the two-leg path. I've got to go, she meowed to Lineblaze, certain that she spotted a flicker of relief in his eyes as she spoke. See you later, he replied, and headed back to camp beside Honeyfern, with Rosekit frisking ahead of him. Hollyleaf watched them go, then padded along the path to join Ashfur. You're gonna hunt today and not tomorrow? He asked scathingly as she approached. Sorry, she murmured. I just wanted a word with Lineblaze. Not that it did me any good, she thought, as Ashfur snorted and led the way deeper into the forest after the rest of the patrol. She was still no closer to finding out what Lineblaze and Jayfeather were hiding from her. The air had grown heavier still by the time the patrol returned to camp. A hot breeze had sprung up, folding back the leaves that still remained on the trees. Hollyleaf's pelt was fluffed the wrong way, and the sense of prey she was carrying choked her as if she had a mouthful of crow food. Huge, tepid raindrops began to fall as Ashfur led his patrol through the tunnel. One of them splashed onto Hollyleaf's nose when she emerged into camp. She twitched her whiskers irritably to shake it off. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Good, Hollyleaf thought as she carried the prey to the fresh kill pyre. The air will be fresh again after a storm. She glanced up, only to squeeze her eyes tightly shut as a jagged bolt of lightning split the sky. Thunder crashed right overhead, and suddenly rain started to pour down, splattering the earth floor of the hollow and plastering Hollyleaf's pelt to her sides within a couple of heartbeats. A wail went up from the warrior's den, and Cloudtail stuck his head out. What's happening? Too terrified to run for shelter, Hollyleaf flattened herself to the ground. She caught a glimpse of Spiderleg streaking through the rain to the warrior's den, with Mousefur hard on his paws. Another bolt of lightning crackled across the sky. Hollyleaf stared in shock as a tree on the edge of the hollow burst into flames. Red tongues of fire roaring upwards. Even the torrents of rain couldn't quench it. Blackened leaves fell into the hollow. With a terrible groaning sound, a blazing branch tore itself free and plummeted down to land with a crash, a tail length from Hollyleaf. Yowling in fright, she leaped to one side, cannoning into Thornclaw. The forest is on fire! Oh, sorry, that was not Hollyleaf. The forest is on fire! He screeched. Yet another claw of lightning tore the sky apart. An ear-splitting crack sounded above the roar of thunder, and Hollyleaf saw a tree begin to topple, its roots ripped out of the earth as flames devoured its branches. Blazing leaves and twigs rained down onto the clearing. Panic-stricken caterwauling rose around Hollyleaf. She spotted Brambleclaw racing across to the nursery, and Sandstorm splashing water with her paws over a burning bush. trying to stop the flames from reaching the warrior's den. Raystripe yowled, "Millie!" and shot into the tunnel on his way to the two-leg nest. The moment his thick gray tail vanished, Firestar appeared at the mouth of the tunnel and raced into the center of the clearing. His flame-colored pelt was darkened by the rain and streaked with mud, and he held his head high and let out a commanding yowl. "Get out! All of you! You'll be trapped if you stay in here!" Cats began to emerge from their dens. They splashed across the clearing, weaving or jumping aside to avoid the fiery debris that still rained down around them. "Head for the two-leg nest," Firestar ordered. "We can shelter there." Brambleclaw emerged from the nursery, carrying Bumblekit. Daisy followed him with Blossomkit. Rosekit and Toadkit stumbled along beside their mother. Mousefur padded out of the elder's den with her tail over Longtail's shoulder to guide him. Icepaw and Foxpaw, their eyes wild with terror, were shoved towards the barrier of thorns by their mentors. Hollyleaf looked around for Lionblaze and Jayfeather, but she couldn't see either of them among the fleeing cats. Jayfeather would need help to get out, she thought, trying to control her fear. And what about Squirrelflight? Her wounds were still hurting, and she hadn't regained her full strength yet. Struggling through the pelting rain, the glare of the flames all around her, Hollyleaf splashed across to the medicine cat's den. She met Leafpool by the bramble screen, her jaws full of herbs. Jayfeather was just behind her. "Go help the others!" Hollyleaf gasped to the medicine cat. "I'll bring Jayfeather." Leafpool gave her a nod of acknowledgement and raced for the tunnel. "I can bring myself, thanks," Jayfeather muttered furiously. "Don't be mouse-brained," Hollyleaf spat back at him. "There's fire out there! Now stop complaining and grab my tail." Wincing as her brother's jaws closed around her tail tip, Hollyleaf turned towards the tunnel. Suddenly, Lionblaze loomed up out of the rain. "You're here," he panted with relief. "Let's go." Together, the three cats headed for the tunnel. By now, the clearing was empty. It looked as if the rest of the clan, even Firestar, had already left. Will they make it to the two-leg nest? Hollyleaf wondered. Or will they scatter into the forest? Is ThunderClan going to break up after all? She and her brothers were halfway across the clearing when lightning clawed across the sky from top to bottom. The barrier across the entrance to the camp crackled and burst into flames. The tunnel vanished into a throat of fire. Hollyleaf stopped, frozen in terror. "We're trapped!" Staring around wildly, she tried to think of what to do. The camp was littered with blazing branches, and more were cascading down from the lightning-struck trees around the hollow. The warrior's den was already smoldering. There was no shelter there. "The apprentice cave!" she gasped, even though she knew it was too shallow to give any real protection if the fire spread. "No! Over here!" Squirrelflight's voice spoke behind her. Hollyleaf whirled around to see her mother waving her tail urgently towards the rock wall. "There's another way out!" Hollyleaf was ashamed of the relief that swept over her, as if she was still a kit who needed her mother to look after her. Leading Jayfeather, she followed Squirrelflight around a clump of brambles that grew against the wall of the hollow. Lionblaze brought up the rear. To Hollyleaf's surprise, the rock behind the brambles had crumbled away. Peering up through the rain, she saw struggling bushes and grass growing in cracks all the way to the top. "It's a secret way out of the camp!" she exclaimed, "and we never knew about it!" "Thanks, StarClan," Squirrelflight retorted dryly. "You were enough trouble as kids and apprentices without this." Then her voice changed, growing tense again. "Jayfeather, you can come first. Follow my voice. It's not a difficult climb." "We'll come from behind and catch you if you fall," Lionblaze assured his brother. "I'm not a kid," Jayfeather snapped, though Hollyleaf could see he was shaking with fear. "Aww." Squirrelflight scrambled up through the bramble thicket and clung there, calling out to Jayfeather so he could follow. Jayfeather struggled up behind her, swinging out on a tendril of ivy when his hind paws lost their grip. "Mouse dung!" he spat, scrambling to get his balance again. Squirrelflight went on guiding him upwards, her voice calm now, even though she must have been terrified that one of them would fall as they climbed higher. Hollyleaf and Lionblaze followed. Though Squirrelflight had said the climb was easy, Hollyleaf was convinced that the pounding rain was about to wash her off the rock face, or lightning would strike the thorns she clung to. Darkness, the glare of the flame, the crash of thunder surrounded her. She lost sight of her clanmates and thought she would never reach the top. But at last she heard her mother's voice again. "Well done!" Teeth met her scruff as Squirrelflight dragged her onto the top of the cliff. She lay there panting for a moment. watching her mother helping Lion Blaze to scramble up beside her. Greyfeather was lying on his side, his eyes closed and his sides heaving. Come away from the edge, Squirrelflight warned. The rock is crumbling. She turned, leading the way through the bush. Hollyleaf nudged Jayfeather to his paws. Just a bit further, then you can rest. Her brother bared his teeth in a feeble snarl. She could see that he would never admit how hard he had found the climb. You can lean on my shoulder if you like, Lineblaze offered, coming to stand on Jayfeather's other side. Look, Mousebrain. Jayfeather's annoyed hiss broke off as the whole sky was lit up by a crackling bolt of lightning, stabbing down as if it was going to impale all three cats on its claws. Thunder rolled overhead as the bushes burst into flame. Hollyleaf let out a yowl of terror. Greedy scarlet tongues licked towards her and her littermates, blocking their path away from the edge of the cliff. Smoke billowed up as rain fell on the bushes. Oh, they're trapped. Hollyleaf choked on it and began to cough, but the downpour was easing off, and the remaining flurries weren't enough to put the fire out. A wave of heat rolled over Hollyleaf. Instinctively, she moved back. She felt the rock begin to crumble underneath her paws. Scrambling away, she glanced down to see the clearing patched with flame and darkness. There was no escape that way, even if they could manage to climb down safely amid the fire and rain. What's happening? Jayfeather was cowering under the shearing heat. Which way should we go? We can't go anywhere. We're trapped. Lineblaze's voice was calm. Flame reflected from his golden... What the heck? He said it calmly? Huh? We can't go anywhere. We're trapped. Lineblaze's voice was calm. Flame reflected from his golden pelt and shone in his eyes. Squirrelflight, he called. Are you there? Help us. As he spoke, a branch edged with flames crashed down from one of the bushes. Hollyleaf dragged Jayfeather out of its path just in time. The littermates huddled together at the very edge of the cliff. I'm here! Squirrelflight's voice was high-pitched with terror. I'm going to push a branch through to you. You can run along it to escape before it catches fire. Right, we'll be ready, Lineblaze replied. Hollyleaf felt a jolt of gratitude for her brother's courage. Without him, she was certain she would have panicked, trapped between the fire and the long drop into camp. But they would stick together, the three of them, protected by the prophecy as they always had been. Hollyleaf could hear the sound of something heavy being dragged through the undergrowth beyond the flames. Her burst of confidence blew away like ash. She'll never manage it, she muttered to Lineblaze. What about her wounds? She's not strong enough. Squirrelflight will always do what she has to, Lineblaze replied. Small tongues of flames were creeping through the grass now. Rain hissed down on them, leaving the ground blackened and smoking. But there were always more flames, and the acrid scent of burning filled the air. A blazing leaf floated down onto Jayfeather's pelt. Lineblaze knocked it off with one paw, adding to the reek of scorched fur to the smoke-filled air. Beyond the red and orange flames, Hollyleaf caught a glimpse of Squirrelflight, struggling to drag a branch up to the fire. Already she looked exhausted. Lineblaze's muscles tensed as if he was going to try leaping over the bush to help her. No! Hollyleaf choked out. It's too far! Before Lineblaze could argue, another shape burst through the billowing smoke to stand beside Squirrelflight. His eyes glared. His gray fur was matted together and stuck with bits of burnt leaf and twig. Confused by the smoke and flames, Hollyleaf almost thought that she was seeing one of her warrior ancestors, until she recognized Ashfur. Squirrelflight dropped the branch. Help me push it into the fire, she yowled. Grabbing the branch in strong jaws, Ashfur thrust it past the wall of flame and into the ever-narrowing patch of ground where Hollyleaf and her brothers huddled. But Hollyleaf didn't feel any sense of relief. There was a look in Ashfur's eyes that she didn't understand. The look of a cat who had just spotted an unexpected juicy bit of prey. The branch made a bridge through the flames, but Ashfur stood at the other end of it, blocking the way to safety. Lineblaze nudged Jayfeather to his paws. Hollyleaf took a step towards the branch, then paused. She felt a cold weight in her belly when she looked into Ashfur's glittering blue eyes. Ashfur, get out of the way. Squirrelflight's voice was puzzled. Let them get out. Brambleclaw isn't here to look after them now, Ashfur sneered. Hollyleaf felt her fur beginning to rise. What did Ashfur mean? Lion Blaze's golden pelt was bristling too. What have you done with my father? He howled through the flame. Ashfur looked up at him pityingly. His eyes were twin points of fire amid the burning forest. Why would I ever waste my time with Brambleclaw? The main branch was too solid to catch fire easily, but its leaves on it had shriveled and the twigs were beginning to smoke. Hollyleaf realized that they didn't have much time before their bridge to safety would be ablaze. Squirrelflight staggered up to Ashfur. Hollyleaf had never seen her mother so angry. Her fur bristled with fury. She looked like a warrior of Tiger Clan, yet it was obvious that the climb to the top of the cliff, followed by her struggling with the branch, had weakened her, and she was exhausted. Your quarrel with Brambleclaw has to stop, she hissed. Too many moons have passed. You'll have to accept that I'm Brambleclaw's mate, not yours. You can't keep trying to punish Brambleclaw for something that was always meant to be. Ashfur's ears pricked up in surprise. I have no quarrel with Brambleclaw. Hollyleaf exchanged a shocked glance with Lionblaze. That's not how it looks like to me, he muttered. I couldn't care less about Brambleclaw, Ashfur continued. It's not his fault he fell for a faithless she-cat. Faithless? A growl began to build in Hollyleaf's throat, but then she stopped and watched the cats on the other side of the blazing branches. Something ominous was taking place in front of her, and even with the flame roaring around them, she felt a sudden chill. She shrank closer to Lionblaze and Jayfeather, whose head was up, his sightless eyes intent, as if he could see the confrontation between his mother and Ashfur. I know you think I've never forgiven Brambleclaw for stealing you from me, but you're wrong, and so is every cat that thinks so. My quarrel is with you, Squirrelflight. Ashfur's voice shook with rage. It always has been. Horrified, Hollyleaf took a step back to find her and felt her hind paws begin to slip on the edge of the cliff. Her head spun as lightning stabbed through the air and thunder drowned all other sounds, even the roaring fire. For a heartbeat, she dangled over empty air, and she let out a strangled yowl. Then she felt firm teeth meet her scruff. Blinking against the smoke, she realized that Lionblaze was hurling her back to safety. But there was no safety, only the hungry frames and Ashfur blocking the end of the branch with fury in his eyes. Fiery sparks floated down all three young cats, scorching their fur, and flames licked the underside of the branches. Fear flooded afresh through Hollyleaf as when she saw that it was already beginning to smolder. Oh my god, guys! Done! Done! It's the climax! It's the climax done! I saw that you were playing, what's it called? What's the word called? Monopoly. Monopoly! I saw you were playing Monopoly. I hope you have a wonderful time. I can't stop. It's literally, this is the climax. Please listen to the climax, guys. It's so thrilling. I love you, Dun. I'll see, I've got to continue, okay? Ashfur has to let us go. But Hollyleaf couldn't find any words to plead with him. What was happening here didn't have anything to do with them, even if they died because of it. All this was moons ago. Squirrelflight sounded puzzled. Ashfur, I had no idea you were still upset. Upset? Ashfur echoed. I'm not upset. You have no idea how much pain I'm in. It's like being cut open every day, bleeding onto the stones. I can't understand how any of you failed to see the blood. His eyes clouded and his voice took on a wild, distant tone, as if he could see the blood spilling out of him now, sizzling on the burning ground. Terror burst through Hollyleaf, and she pressed closer to her brothers. The cat was more dangerous than the storm or the fire, or the fall lurking precariously close to her hind paws. Desperately, she tried to step onto the end of the branch. At once, Ashfur rounded on her, fully conscious again, his teeth bared in a snarl. Stay there! Turning to face Squirrelflight, but keeping one paw on the branch, he hissed, I can't believe you didn't know how much you hurt me. You are the blind one, not Jayfeather. Who do you think sent Firestar the message to go down to the lake where the fox trap was? I wanted him to die, to take your father away, so you'd know what the real meaning of pain. Hollyleaf's shocked gaze met Lion Blaze's. He tried to kill Firestar? She gasped. He's mad! Determination glittered in Lion Blaze's eyes, and he bunched his muscles for a giant leap. I'm gonna fight him. No! Hollyleaf fastened her teeth onto his shoulder fur. You can't! Her words were muffled now. He'll just push you into the fire. Brambleclaw saved Firestar then, Ashfur went on to Squirrelfly, but he's not here now. He's not here, but your kits are. Squirrelflight's eyes blazed. For a heartbeat, Hollyleaf thought that she was going to pounce on the Grey Warrior, but she knew that, exhausted and in pain, her mother would have no chance. Squirrelflight seemed to realize it too. She drew herself up, head high. She was trembling. Her voice was clear and brave. Enough, Ashfur. Your quarrel is with me. These young cats have nothing to hurt you. Have done nothing to hurt you. Do what you like with me, but let them out of the fire. You don't understand. Ashfur looked at her as if he was seeing her for the first time. His voice was puzzled and petulant. This is the only way to make you feel the same pain that you caused me. You tore my heart out when you chose Brambleclaw over me. Anything I did to you would never hurt as much. But your kids. He looked through the flames at Hollyleaf and her brothers. His eyes narrowed into dark blue slits. If you watch them die, then you'll know the pain I felt. The flames crackled threateningly closer. Hollyleaf felt as if the heat was about to shear her pelt into ashes. She edged backward, only to feel the edge of the hollow give way under her hind paws. The three of them were pressed tightly together, so close that if one of them lost their balance, all three would be dragged off the cliff. Hollyleaf couldn't control the trembling that shook her whole body as her glance flickered between the cliff and the fire. Jayfeather was crouched close to the ground, looking tinier than ever with his pelt slicked flat by the rain. Lion Blaze's claws were unsheathed, glinting as the lightning flashed out again, but the tension in his haunches didn't come from preparing to leap at Ashfur. It came from the effort to keep himself on top of the cliff. Squirrelflight raised her head, her gaze locked with Ashfur's crazed eyes. Kill them, then, she meowed. You won't hurt me that way. Ashfur opened his jaws to reply, but said nothing. Hollyleaf and her brothers stared at their mother. What was Squirrelflight saying? Squirrelflight took a step away from them, then glanced carelessly over her shoulder. Her green eyes were fiercer than Hollyleaf had ever seen them, with an expression she couldn't read. If you really want to hurt me, you'll have to find a better way than that, Squirrelflight snarled. They are not my kits. The moment! It's happened! Okay, chapter 23. The noise of the storm and the fire faded, and the only sound Jayfeather could hear was the blood roaring in his ears. It's happening! He shook his head, straining to hear what Squirrelflight and Ashfur said next, cursing the blindness that hid their expressions from him. You're lying. Ashfur's voice was choked with disbelief. No, I'm not. Squirrelflight spoke softly, but her intensity pierced through the crackle of the flames. Did you see me give birth? Did I nurse them? Stay in the nursery until they were apprenticed? No. But Ashfur began, then fell silent. Jayfeather could almost hear the pause of memory racing through his mind. I fooled all of you, even Brambleclaw, Squirrelflight went on scornfully. They are not mine. And no cat in the clan knows? Ashfur's disbelief was changing to uncertainty. No. They're all as blind as you are to the truth. Jayfeather sensed a shift in Ashfur's thoughts, reaching out toward power once more. What do you think will happen when I tell them? He challenged. Will your clanmates let you stay in ThunderClan, knowing you have lied to them? To Firestar? To your sister? To Brambleclaw? You'll tell them? Squirrelflight's voice was sharp with pain. Do you really think I won't? I can still make you lose what you love most. Brambleclaw will want nothing to do with you. You were a fool to think I would keep your secret. But you have always been a fool, Squirrelflight. I'll let these cats, whomever they belong to, live. But your suffering has only just begun. There was a rustling in the undergrowth, and Asher's scent faded as he stalked away. Jayfeather, here's the branch. Lionblaze's voice was tense. Jayfeather felt his brother's teeth sink into his scruff and lift him bodily until his paws felt the rough bark on the branch underneath them. Lionblaze kept hold of him until he had got his balance. Straight ahead, he ordered. Hurry. Jayfeather forced his paws to move, trusting Lionblaze as he stumbled forward with the heat and roaring of the fire on either side. He let out a hiss as pain stabbed one of his pads, as if he had trodden on a burning twig. Then the worst of the heat died away behind him, and he half fell, half leaped off the branch. The ground beneath his paws was hot, but not burning. He was safe. Heartbeats later, he heard Hollyleaf and Lionblaze leap down beside him. Thunder rumbled above them, but now it was further off, as if the storm was moving away. Mercifully, rain began to fall again, hissing onto the flames. The wind was dying down. There was no more danger from falling trees. Jayfeather heard yowls from down in the hollow, as if the cats were returning to camp, and had spotted cats on top of the cliff, but he and his litter mates ignored them. Squirrel fight? Hollyleaf's voice quivered. Jayfeather could sense her disbelief wearing with fear. That's not true, is it? We are your kits, aren't we? There was a long pause, but Jayfeather already knew the answer. His mind was filled with Squirrelflight's desperate sorrow and regret. An overwhelming love, the love of a mother for her kits. That much had been a lie among what she had told Ashfur. Squirrelflight did love them, but she was not their mother. I'm so sorry, Squirrelflight whispered. I should have told you the truth a long time ago. What do you mean? Lionblaze demanded. Jayfeather reeled from the blast of his brother's growing outrage. We thought it was for the best, Squirrelflight pleaded. I promise you it was the hardest thing we've ever done. We? Who's we? Lionblaze snapped. Squirrelflight didn't reply, and her mind was such a chaos of love and regret that Jayfeather couldn't pick the answer out of it. Does Brambleclaw know? Hollyleaf whimpered. Jayfeather heard her claws tearing at the ground. He has never lied to you, Squirrelflight meowed. He doesn't know. You let him believe that we were his? Hollyleaf's voice rose to a shrill squeak. So you lied to him as well. But if you're not our mother and father, who is? Jayfeather reached out to Squirrelflight's mind again, searching for memories, but all he could sense was a blur of snow, a long journey, brambles clawing at her pelt, and the guilt of her terrible secret already weighing her down. He was aware of another cat with her, but so shadowy he couldn't make out who it was. I can't tell you. Squirrelflight's murmur was barely loud enough to hear. You can, but you won't! Pain and anger filled Lionblaze's voice. Jayfeather sensed the same feeling in Hollyleaf, too, but something inside him stayed icily calm, as if he had always known this would happen. If they were the three, with the power of the stars in their paws, then it made sense that the three of them... that there would be something extraordinary about where they came from. This was just one more truth to have been discovered, something done long ago that had cast a shadow over all the moon since. I'm sorry, Squirrelflight's voice had grown stronger. I know it won't help, but I could have loved you more. I couldn't have loved you more if you really had been mine. I'm so proud of all three of you. Go away and leave us alone, Hollyleaf hissed. You have no right to be proud of us, no right to feel anything towards us. You let us believe you are our mother, and you're not. Please, Squirrelflight begged. Lionblaze's voice was harsh. Just go. Misery rolled off Squirrelflight like a choking cloud, almost carrying Jayfeather off his paws. He heard her turn and go blundering through the undergrowth as if she didn't care whether she burned her pads on still smothering leaves. Left behind at the edge of the charred bushes, none of the three spoke. Jayfeather was numb with shock, and he could sense that his littermates felt the same. They had almost died, and they had confronted Ashfur in his destructive madness, but most devastating of all was the secret that Squirrelflight had revealed. If they're not our mother and father, then who are our real parents? Hollyleaf quivered at last. We can worry about that later. Cold anger still vibrated in Lion Blaze's voice. First, we have to decide what we'll do when Ashford tells the clan. Do you really think he will? Hollyleaf asked. Do you think he won't? Lion Blaze countered. He doesn't care what he does so long as he can hurt Squirrelflight, and that will hurt her more than anything. Jayfeather was strangely detached from his littermate's anxious questions. The secret was out, and no cat could stop the consequences. All he felt was mild curiosity to see what would happen next. We mustn't say anything to our clanmates, Hollyleaf mewed worriedly. What if they punish us too? They might think we knew all along. We'll have to go on just as usual. Maybe Ashfur won't say anything after all. And hedgehogs might fly, Lion Blaze retorted. But I agree we shouldn't tell any cat. Not until we find out the truth. The clan learns what's happened. We need to be able to defend ourselves so that they know we had nothing to do with this. Okay, Jayfeather? Jayfeather nodded. Okay. Then let's get back to camp, Hollyleaf meowed. There'll be a lot to do there. The stone hollow smelled charred and bitter when Jayfeather scrambled over the remains of the thorn barrier. He started at the sound of his father's, no, Brambleclaw's voice. Are you all right? We're fine, thanks, Lionblaze replied tightly. Then you can help Breakenfur patch up the nursery. You too, Hollyleaf. You'll need to bring more brambles from the forest. And Jayfeather, I think Leafpool wants you. Spiderleg's paws are burned, and Longtail has a nasty bang on the head from a falling branch. And there may be others I don't know about. Okay, fine. Jayfeather meowed as he heard Brambleclaw bounding away. He turned to his littermates. Don't forget, we say nothing. But as he padded across to the medicine cat's den, limping a little from his scorch pads, Jayfeather was aware of Ashfur standing on the edge of the clearing. He knew that the Grey Warrior's eyes were fixed on him as clearly as if he could see the burning blue gaze. Midnight said knowledge isn't always power, he recalled, but sometimes it is, and Ashfur has the power to destroy us all. Dun 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 dun. On the morning after the storm, Lionblaze was chosen for the dawn patrol with Breakenfur, Sorreltail, and Cinderheart. Strengthening daylight shone down through the trees as they padded away from the stone hollow. There was scarcely a breeze to disturb the leaves that still remained on the trees. Lionblaze could almost pretend that he had dreamed the storm, if it wasn't for the litter of twigs and branches on the forest floor, and the blackened husks of the trees struck by lightning. His pelt itched all the time he was away from the stone hollow, as he wondered what he would find when he returned, what accusation and gasps of shock would greet him. But the camp was peaceful, with Brambleclaw directing the repairs to the den. Thornclaw and Mousewhisker were busy patching the last gaps in the brambles around the nursery. Foxpaw and Icepaw were carrying in huge bundles of fresh bedding. Cloudtail and Brightheart worked together, dragging burnt branches away from the warrior's den, while Whitewing, Birchfall, and Berrynose cleared debris from the floor of the clearing. Lionblaze overheard Berrynose grumbling that this wasn't a job for a warrior. Nothing's changed, he thought. He couldn't spot Ashfur among the cats in the clearing, but obviously the Grey Warrior hadn't revealed the secret yet. Lionblaze tried to believe that the storm of the discovery had passed away like the rain and thunder, leaving calm behind, but he knew in his heart that the damage from Squirrelflight's revelation would last for moons and moons. We need to talk about this, Hollyleaf muttered in his ear while they helped Dustpelt drag thorn branches into place to make a new barrier at the entrance to the camp. Meet me in the forest. I'll fetch Jayfeather. She bounded across to the medicine cat's den and emerged a moment later with Jayfeather following her. Lionblaze watched them go out at the edge of the barrier where the dirt place tunnel used to be. He waited a few moments, then padded over to Dustpelt. I think I'll go hunt, he meowed. The fresh kill pile needs restocking. There are hunting patrols out already, Dustpelt grumbled. Is fetching branches a bit boring for you? Oh, go on then, he added, flicking his tail at Lionblaze. Bet you'd be better bringing back something worth eating. Lionblaze headed out in a fast trot before the senior warrior could change his mind. He picked up his littermate's scent trail and followed them into the forest. Pausing at the edge of a clearing, he looked around, tasting the air. An urgent hiss sounded from under the trees. Lineblaze, over here! Lineblaze spotted Hollyleaf peering out of a clump of bracken. What took you so long? She demanded. I thought it best to wait a bit, Lineblaze explained, as he padded over to her and slid in among the bracken stalks. I didn't want any cat suspecting we were meeting in secret. Behind the bracken, the ground fell away into a shallow scoop where Jayfeather was sitting. He raised his head as Lineblaze scrambled down to join them. Okay, he meowed. Now that we're here, we have to decide what we're going to do. There's only one thing we can do. Hollyleaf's claws worked furiously at the soft earth. We have to find out who our real parents are. Squirrelflight won't tell us, but we need to know. No, I don't agree, Lineblaze argued. What? But you said... Lineblaze raised his tail to silence her. I want to know who our mother and father are, just as much as you do. But that's not the most important thing right now. Our biggest problem is what to do about Ashfur. I hate Ashfur! Hollyleaf lashed her tail. She was working herself up into another storm of fear and frustration. Lineblaze laid his tail across her shoulders. He's madder than a fox in a fit, but that's not the point. Suddenly, he remembered the fight he had once had with Ashfur when the Grey Warrior was his mentor. Ashfur's blue eyes had blazed with battle fury. Was he trying to kill me then? To hurt Squirrelflight? Somehow, we have to come up with a plan to keep him quiet. Squirrelflight will be in big trouble if this gets out. Hollyleaf flicked her ears dismissively. That's Squirrelflight's problem, not ours. It's a problem for all of us. Lineblaze couldn't help a pang of sympathy for Squirrelflight. True, she had lied to them, but she had always done her best for them, as if she really was their mother. As long as Ashfur knows our secret, he has power over all of us. Every hair on his pellet tingled as he tried to imagine what that might mean. You don't get it, do you? Hollyleaf snapped. Her gaze burned with green fire. You don't realize. We might not be clan cats. Lineblaze opened his jaws to reply, but said nothing, too taken aback by what Hollyleaf was implying. We might have been born outside the clan, outside the warrior code. She sounded as if she couldn't think of anything worse. What if Squirrelflight took pity on a passing loner or kitty pet? But we're the three, Lineblaze stammered. The prophecy is about us. We have the power to be greater than the stars. How can we not be clan cats? I think you're both forgetting something, Jayfeather broke in, speaking for the first time. His voice was cool and detached. The prophecy told Firestar that there will be three, kin of your kin. If Squirrelflight isn't our mother, then we're not Firestar's kin, are we? Lineblaze and Hollyleaf stared at their brother. The small tabby was sitting calmly with his tail wrapped around his paws. Well, are we? He repeated. Cloudtail is Firestar's kin? Lineblaze began confusedly. But Hollyleaf's shriek drowned his words. I knew it! There's nothing special about us. You're really just good at fighting, and as for Jayfeather, well, he's a medicine cat. Of course he's gonna have dreams. Lineblaze felt the blood chill and slow in his veins. Could that be true? But what about the way I felt in battle? I know I can never be hurt. I know I can take on a whole clan of enemies single pawed. He couldn't even consider the thought that he might not be a part of the prophecy, because if I'm not, then I owe all my fighting skills to Tigerstar, and he was right all along about my stupid dreams. Then another thought invaded his mind, even more worrying than the first. If Brambleclaw isn't my father, then I'm no kin to Tigerstar. What will he do to me if he ever finds out? Oh, I forgot about that! They're not Tigerstar's kin. Days slipped by. The repairs to the camp were finished, and at last Millie and Briarkit returned from the two-leg nest, with Graystripe pacing proudly alongside them. Briarkit bounced ahead. Lineblaze could hardly believe she was the same Kit who had been carried out of camp, so limp that she looked as if she were dead. Millie was still thin and shaky on her paws, but her tail twined lovingly with Graystripe's, and her eyes shone with returning health. Daisy welcomed her back into the nursery, while the other kits leaped on Briarkit and wrestled with her joyfully. Wind swept the forest, carrying the bite of approaching leaf bear. The last of the leaves spiraled down from the trees. Prey had become harder to catch, but the clan was back to full strength again, able to keep the fresh kill pile well stocked. Squirrelflight returned to light warrior duties, and even the warriors who had been injured in the storm left the medicine cat's den. Lineblaze noticed that Whitewing was growing plump, and Birchfall went around with a proud expression on his face, so there would be more kits for ThunderClan. Outwardly, everything was going well, but Lineblaze no longer enjoyed patrolling with his clanmates. Asper's knowledge hung over him like a storm cloud. While Hollyleaf still fretted over who their true parents were, Lineblaze worried constantly about how they could persuade Ashfur not to reveal the secret. Often he caught Ashfur looking at him, a dark promise in his blue eyes. What was the Grey Warrior waiting for? Lineblaze couldn't believe that he had thought better of his threat to tell every cat what Squirrelflight had done. On a morning of sun and brisk wind, Lineblaze pushed his way out of the warrior's den to see Ashfur and Firestar together by the fresh kill pile. His belly lurched. Trying to look nonchalant, he patted over and chose a mouse for himself. Even though he didn't think he could choke down a single mouthful, he settled down to eat it with his back to his clan leader and his ears pricked.
"There's a gathering in a few sunrises," Ashfur meowed. "Is it okay if I go?"
Firestar sounded faintly impressed. "I don't usually choose warriors until the same day, but if you want to."
"Thanks, Firestar."
Lineblaze dared to glance around, to see the Grey Warrior padding off toward the thorn tunnel. The scant mouthful of mouse felt heavy in his belly, and every hair on his pelt tingled. "I know what Ashfur's gonna do. He'll announce Squirrelflight's secret to every cat at the gathering." Hollyleaf was slipping out of the warrior's den. Lineblaze padded over to her. "Usual place," he hissed. "I'll fetch Jayfeather." When he peered around the brambles that hung in front of the medicine cat's den, Jayfeather was on his paws, arching his back in a long stretch. Leafpool was still curled up asleep in her nest. "Lineblaze?" Jayfeather looked up. "What's the matter?" "We've got to talk," Lineblaze told him. He led the way to the gap behind the warrior's den, where Hollyleaf was waiting, her green eyes full of fear. "What's happened?" she demanded, as soon as Lineblaze appeared. "I've just overheard Ashfur asking Firestar if he can go to the next gathering." Hollyleaf claws flexed in and out, and her neck fur began to bristle. "No, he can't!" she wailed. "Be quiet!" Jayfeather snapped. "Do you want every cat to hear us?" "We've got to stop him somehow." Hollyleaf lowered her voice, but it was still full of desperation. "Otherwise, he'll tell all four clans about us." Lineblaze nodded. "Squirrelflight will be shamed in front of every cat, and they might drive us away from the lake." "Firestar wouldn't let them." Hollyleaf sounded shocked. "Firestar might not have a choice," Jayfeather pointed out. "You know how the other clans are always blaming Firestar for taking in loners. Some of our clanmates agree. They think it weakens ThunderClan. Firestar might have to send us away for the good of his clan." "Firestar's clan, not theirs." His brother's calm assessment of the risk chilled Lineblaze from ears to tail tip. He couldn't trust anything anymore. He had tried to be the best warrior in the clan, and now all was threatened because of what Ashfur knew. "Maybe we should tell Squirrelflight," he suggested. "Why?" Hollyleaf spat, her claws leaving deep scars in the earth. "What can she do? I don't want to talk to that lying cat ever again." But it sounds as if she's the only cat who might have a chance of influencing Ashfur," Jayfeather pointed out. "You talk to her then." "We'll all talk to her." Lineblaze was trying to stay calm. "Show some sense, Hollyleaf. We have to do anything we can to stop Ashfur." Without waiting for his sister's agreement, he wriggled out of the narrow gap behind the den and scanned the clearing. His littermates followed, Hollyleaf's green eyes still sparkling with anger. Lineblaze couldn't see Squirrelflight anywhere in the clearing. Thrusting his head through the branches of the warrior's den, he spotted her dozing in her mossy nest. "Squirrelflight!" he hissed. The ginger she-cat's head snapped up, hope flooding into her eyes. Lineblaze felt a pang of sympathy. This was the first time any of the three had spoken to her since the storm. She must be hoping they were ready to forgive her. "Can I have a word with you?" Lineblaze whispered, aware of the other sleeping cats inside the den. "Yes!" Squirrelflight leaped up eagerly and shook scrapes of moss from her pelt. "Of course you can." As she emerged from the den, the hope in her eyes changed to wariness when she saw all three cats were waiting for her. "What's the matter?" she asked. I've just heard Ashfur asking Firestar for permission to go to the next gathering, Lineblaze replied. He didn't need to tell Squirrelflight what that meant. Her eyes stretched wide with dismay. No, she whispered. What are you going to do about it? Hollyleaf challenged her. Are you fine with it? I don't suppose you'd care if Firestar drove us all out of the clan. The tip of Squirrelflight's tail twitched and anger flashed in her eyes, but she spoke calmly. Firestar won't do that. Not to you. How do you know? If we're not clan cats, Jayfeather asked. You... Squirrelflight broke off and began again. I promise you won't be punished. The lie was mine. And mine alone. Our real mother lied too, Hollyleaf pointed out, a snarl creeping into her voice, whoever she was. Lineblaze looked expectantly at Squirrelflight, but her expression was closed and her jaw tightly shut. Clearly she wasn't going to share all her secrets. I'll talk to Ashfur, she meowed. I'll make him understand that this won't hurt just me. It'll damage the whole clan. He's still a loyal warrior. He won't do anything to weaken ThunderClan. She dipped her head. I'm sorry, she murmured. No cat answered her. After a couple of heartbeats, Squirrelflight turned away and slipped back into the den. She might trust Ashfur not to harm the clan, Jayfeather mewed, but I don't. We have to do something. He turned and padded back towards the medicine cat's den. Lineblaze watched him go. That was easy enough to say, he thought, but harder to carry out. What could any cat do? Silence Ashfur. That night, blood flowed through Lineblaze's dreams. His whole body quivered with power. He twisted and leaped against an unseen enemy until his claws were snagged with gray fur, and the reek of the sticky scarlet river clung to his pelt and filled the air around him. He woke in the warrior's den with pale light filtering through the branches. Most of the nests were already empty. Scrambling up, Lineblaze felt his legs stiff and his paws as heavy as if he had really spent the night battling his enemy. His jaws gaped in a yawn, and he stretched out his forepaws, flexing his claws and working his muscles in his shoulders. Feeling more awake, Lineblaze pushed his way into the clearing. He tensed when he saw Ashfur a couple of tail lengths away, beckoning to Cloudtail and Brightheart, who were sharing tongues by the fresh kill pile. Come on, he called, hunting patrol. Lineblaze padded over to him. Mind if I join you? For a moment, Ashfur looked startled. Then his eyes narrowed. Sure. Cloudtail and Brightheart joined them, and the patrol headed out into the forest. Lineblaze brought up the rear. He knew that Ashfur must be suspicious. None of the three had spoken to him since the storm, but he wasn't afraid of Ashfur, and somehow he had to confront him where no other cats could overhear them. Lineblaze had no idea how to separate Ashfur from Cloudtail and Brightheart, but he had no need to worry. As they padded along the old two-leg path towards the abandoned nest, Cloudtail stopped and sniffed the air. I think I'm going to try in the two-leg garden, he announced. No cat has been there for a while. Ashfur shrugged. Think you're wasting your time, but go on ahead if you want to. We'll catch up to you. Ashfur shrugged. Oh, sorry. Cloudtail and Brightheart bounded up off the path. Ashfur watched them out of sight, then turned to Lineblaze. Well, what do you want? Don't imagine you asked to come on this patrol for the pleasure of my company. No, Lineblaze replied steadily. He was finding it hard to separate his respect for Ashfur as his clanmate and his former mentor from his feelings about the raving cat who had threatened them on the night of the storm and was now threatening them again with his knowledge of Squirrelflight's lie. I heard you ask Firestar to go to the next gathering. I know what you're going to do there. Ashfur's whiskers twitched. So? I'm asking you not to. For our sake. Lineblaze added, but for the sake of ThunderClan, you hold his fate in your paws. Ashfur heaved a deep sigh. Spare me the appeal to my clan loyalty, he sneered. I've already had Squirrelflight mewling to me all about that. I told her, and I'm telling you now, there's nothing that any cat can do to stop me. Lineblaze felt his neck fur begin to rise. He slid his claws out of their sheaths. I can beat you in a fight if I have to. Instantly, Ashfur's claws appeared, and his eyes narrowed, glittering with hostility. You can try. Then he relaxed, drawing in his claws again. The noble Lineblaze, attacking a fellow warrior. No, you would never risk your place in ThunderClan by doing that. With a snort of contempt, he began to walk away, then glanced back over his shoulder. You're bound by the warrior code, just like the rest of us. The warrior code lets you destroy your clan? Lionblaze challenged him as he stalked away. Ashfur ignored him. Lionblaze watched him until he disappeared into the undergrowth. There was no way he was going to let this cat take away everything ThunderClan had fought for. Everything he had fought for. Maybe I'm not as bound by the warrior code as you think, he murmured. Chapter 25. Jayfeather curled up in his nest in the medicine cat's den and waited for sleep to take him. Lionblaze had told him how he had confronted Ashfur in the forest and how the Grey Warrior had refused his pleas and squirrel flights. If that didn't do any good, Jayfeather thought, it's time to try another way. Yawning, he burrowed deeper into the soft moss. He pictured himself brushing past the bramble screen out into the camp and padding across the clearing to the warrior's den. Sliding through the branches, he picked his way carefully among the sleeping forms until he stood beside the mound of gray fur that was Ashfur. In his mind, Jayfeather scraped at the moss until he had made a place for himself, then curled up beside Ashfur and matched his breathing to the sleeping warrior's. Soon he felt the stiff breeze blowing across his fur and woke to find himself in the forest, not far from the ShadowClan border. There was no sign of Ashfur, but the forest seemed subtly different. It wasn't just that he could see, there was something else. The scent of ShadowClan made his fur bristle as if he were anticipating a fight. He slid his claws out so he would be ready. He was more aware than usual of the scent of prey. Wind flattened the grass, driving dead leaves ahead of it. Jayfeather pounced on one of them, enjoying the crackling sound beneath his paws. In the waking world, he couldn't see blowing leaves to play with them. But you're not a kid anymore, he muttered. In the same heartbeat, he heard the sound of a cat pushing his way through the undergrowth. Fronds of bracken parted in front of Jayfeather, and Ashfur pushed his way into the open. He halted, startled. What are you doing here? Jayfeather shrugged. Could ask you the same thing. He padded forward until he was close enough to flick a scrap of bracken off Ashfur's shoulder with the tip of his tail. Ashfur's neck fur rose. You can see! Sure, you're dreaming, Ashfur. Don't you know that? The Grey Warrior took a pace back. His blue eyes looked troubled. Why would I dream about you? Because I want to talk to you where no cat can interrupt us, where you have to listen to me. Ashfur let out a snort. I don't have to listen to any cat, let alone a scrawny excuse for a medicine cat. Besides, I already know what you're going to say. You're going to beg me not to say anything at the next gathering. Well, you can save your breath. I'll say what I want. That lying she-cat will be driven out of ThunderClan for good, and no other clan will want her either. Jayfeather narrowed his eyes. You'll regret it, Ashfur. The warrior loomed over him, anger smothering his gaze. Are you threatening me? I could break your neck with one swipe. Try, Jayfeather invited him. This is a dream, remember? Ashfur looked briefly. Uh-oh! Hold on, guys. The fire alarm. I'm back! The fire alarm went off because we were cooking fish. Alright, let's continue. Ashfur looked briefly disconcerted. Then he lashed his tail. Yeah, it's a dream. I'm imagining all of this. I still don't have to listen to you. Take warning, Ashfur. Jayfeather drew himself up and locked his gaze with his clanmates. I'm a medicine cat, and I speak with the voice of StarClan. If you go ahead with what you plan to do, you will regret it. Ashfur backed away again until his haunches brushed against the bracken.
My conscience is clear, and StarClan knows that, he blustered. It's Squirrelflight who lied. She doesn't deserve the loyalty of any cat.
Your conscience is not clear, dude. You tried to kill Firestar. Whipping around, he plunged back into the undergrowth. Jayfeather stood looking after him until the waving fronds of ferns were still once more. Ashfur had heard his warning, but would it make any difference to him when he woke? Jayfeather spent the next morning sorting herds with Leafpool. His mentor seemed oddly distracted, as if her mind was on something else. We need more watermint, she murmured. We used up so much when the cats were hurt after the storm. No, this is watermint. Jayfeather shoved a bunch of it under her nose. We've plenty of it. It's yarrow we're out of. Oh, yes, sorry. Fed up of trying to work with her if she couldn't tell yarrow from watermint, Jayfeather headed out of the den. I'll go fetch more. He tossed back over his shoulder. At the entrance to the tunnel, he heard the rustle of cats coming in and stood back to wait for them. Cloudtail was the first to emerge into the clearing, followed by Ashfur.
What do you want?
To Jayfeather's satisfaction, the Grey Warrior sounded thoroughly spooked. Feeling of anger and uncertainty crackled through his fur. I'm waiting to go out, Jayfeather replied calmly. A snort came from Ashfur, followed by Whitewing's voice. Ashfur, you're blocking the entrance. There was a hiss of annoyance from Ashfur, and he bounded away. Returning with the yarrow, Jayfeather picked up Ashfur's scent near the fresh kill pile. Instead of going straight to the medicine cat's den, he headed towards the Grey Warrior. His sense of satisfaction returned as he heard Ashfur get to his paws and pat away, thrusting through the branches into the warrior's den. I've got him worried, Jayfeather realized, veering off into his own den, but will it be enough to keep him quiet? It was the afternoon before the gathering. Hollyleaf felt as if her whole world was crumbling around her. She thought that once she got rid of Soul, life in the clans could return to normal, but instead the terrible threat of Ashfur hung over them like a tree about to fall. He's gonna ruin everything! Her paws itching with restlessness, Hollyleaf slipped out of the camp and wandered into the forest. She felt completely powerless now that she knew she wasn't one of the three. Her belief in the prophecy had made her feel like she could do anything, but Ashfur had torn that belief away from her. A cat with the power of the stars in her paws would have been able to stop one cat from speaking words that would tear his clan apart. But plain Hollyleaf, no longer Firestar's kin, could do nothing. A hot flood of fury swept through Hollyleaf, and she paused, digging her claws into the sodden ground. More than anything, she wanted to be one of the three. She wanted to be special, to have a destiny beyond that of any other cat. I deserve to. Her need tore at her belly like sharp pangs of hunger. I'd work harder than any cat to be a great leader and leave my paw print on all the clans. I can't let Ashfur destroy all my plans. Choking down her rage, Hollyleaf padded on. Since the storm, more rain had fallen, and she had to pick her way across boggy ground and leap over tiny new streams that scoured through the sodden earth. Bracken fronds released showers of raindrops onto her and her shoulders as she brushed by. Her fur became splashed and muddy, but she carried on, scarcely aware of where she was. The strong scent of ThunderClan brought her to a halt. She jumped as Ashfur appeared around a trunk of a gnarled oak tree. Don't creep up on me like that, she snapped. I'm not creeping, Ashfur retorted. If you must know, I've been checking out the fox trail near WindClan border. That fox breaking for scented is still around. Hollyleaf didn't reply. She and Ashfur faced each other. Ashfur's blue eyes were wide and wary. What do you want? He demanded. How do you know I want anything? Hollyleaf replied. For a moment, Ashfur looked disconcerted. Aren't you going to try and make me change my mind, like Squirrelflight and your litter mates? No. Hollyleaf felt a stab of satisfaction at the startled look on the Grey Warrior's eyes. I know there's nothing I can do. It's your decision to betray your own clan. Betray? Ashfur's neck fur bristled and his claws slid out. I'm not betraying any cat. Squirrelflight's the traitor, because she lied. And it's not betrayal when you weaken ThunderClan in front of the other clans, so soon after the great battle? Hollyleaf spat in disgust. Ashfur stretched his neck towards her, his lip drawn back in a snarl. If you're trying to scare me, it's not working. Hollyleaf stood her ground. You don't scare me either, she declared. Nothing scares me more than the thought that you're not afraid of what will happen after you've spoken out. Ashfur narrowed his eyes.
I'll purr over what happened after I reveal the truth, he promised. Without waiting for a reply, he spun around and headed off through the forest. The sun was sinking behind a ragged band of clouds as Firestar called his cats together to go to the gathering. Shadows crept into the clearing, and the first warriors of StarClan were beginning to emerge into a sky stained with scarlet. "Where's Ashfur?" Firestar asked, looking around. Hollyleaf exchanged a glance with Lionblaze. The other cats chosen for the gathering, Brambleclad, Dustpelt, Ferncloud, Greystripe, Cloudtail, and Cinderheart, were already clustered around their leader, while Leafpool and Jayfeather were padding across the clearing to join them. But there's no sign of the Grey Warrior. Firestar's tail twitched with annoyance. He specifically asked me to come tonight, and now he's not here. I asked Squirrelflight to come too, and she's not here either. "We'll be late if we wait for them," Dustpelt pointed out. Tension churned in Hollyleaf's belly. She didn't want to think about Ashfur, less stand around waiting for him. If he didn't turn up at the gathering, so much better for every cat. As for Squirrelflight, Hollyleaf didn't care if she never saw her again. "Maybe Ashfur went on ahead," Greystripe suggested. "Well, if he did, he should have told one of us," Firestar replied. "Let's go." He led the way through the barrier of thorns. Hollyleaf brought up the rear with Lionblaze and Jayfeather. She knew that both her brothers would be desperate to know where Ashfur was. She could almost see their anxiety crackling off their fur like lightning, but none of them spoke his name. The cats had briefly left the tunnel when Squirrelflight came bounding breathless up to them. Her pelt was clumped and soaking and splashed with mud. "Sorry," she panted. "I didn't mean to keep you waiting." Brambleclaw gave her ear a quick lick. "What have you been doing?" "Looking for herbs for Leafpool, near the ShadowClan border," Squirrelflight explained. "The bank of the stream was muddy and I slipped in." "Mouse-brained," Brambleclaw murmured affectionately. "You should be more careful. Are you okay? You don't have to come to the gathering if you'd rather rest." "I'm fine," Squirrelflight insisted, "and I'm not going to miss this gathering. I haven't been to one in moons." "Come on, we're wasting time," Firestar called from the front of the group. He set off towards the lake. The forest floor was still sodden from the recent rain, and the cats had to scramble through muddy hollows or over branches that fell in the storm. Hollyleaf barely noticed the mud or the small stream her paws splashed through. She felt as though she were looking down a long tunnel into a future dark with fear and betrayal. She asked herself how far a cat should go to preserve the warrior code, and what happened if the code was broken no matter what you did. The ThunderClan cats emerged from the trees, padded down to the edge of the lake. Turning towards WindClan border, a full moon already floated high in the sky, turning the surface of the water to silver. Looking up, Hollyleaf saw the clouds were drifting close to it. Though none of them touched the shiny silvery disk yet, she swallowed. Were the spirits of their ancestors about to show their anger? Firestar waved his tail. "Let's hurry. The other clans will be waiting for us." Clear of the forest, he set a brisk pace until his warriors were bounded along the edge of the lake. Hollyleaf, still near the back of the group with Lionblaze and Jayfeather, saw Firestar halt suddenly on the bank of the stream that marked the border with WindClan. Greystripe, hard on his paws, let out a startled yowl. Terrible foreboding filled Hollyleaf from ear to tail tip. She put on a spurt until she was racing along, her belly fur brushing the pebbles and her tail streaming out behind her. Lionblaze kept pace with her. Reaching the bank, she pushed through the cats who were clustered there, staring down into the stream. Wedged behind a rock, just below her paws, the lifeless body of a cat floated in the swollen water. His fur darkened and sodden. His tail streamed out into the current, waving as if he were still alive. Dustpelt was the first to speak. "It's Ashfur!"
Dun dun dun!
Chapter 27. I think this is maybe the last one? I don't know. Lionblaze dug his claws into the bank of the stream, only just managing to suppress a wail of dismay. Yet he couldn't feel any sense of grief for his dead clanmate. Ashfur had been about to reveal something that would have destroyed them all. Now those terrible words would never be spoken. Exchanging a glance with Hollyleaf, he could see that his sister felt the same. He hoped no other cat would ever know how relieved they felt at Ashfur's death. "Get him out," Firestar ordered. "Oh wait, I can do this now." Oops, that's not what I wanted.
Where's my death toll? 8! Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Bam! Nice.
Dustpelt slid into the stream, with water washing around his belly fur. He gripped Ashfur's shoulder in his teeth and started tugging. Be careful, Ferncloud mewed anxiously. Graystripe leapt into the water on Ashfur's other side, and together the two warriors freed him from the rock and hauled his body up on the bank. Leafpool crouched beside him, one paw on his chest as she gave him a rapid sniff. Jeepa stood beside her, his whiskers quivering. Leafpool looked up. He's dead. How did he die? Cinderheart asked, her blue eyes wide. Did he fall in and drown? I fell into the stream by ShadowClan, Scoreflight reminded them. Lionblaze wondered if she too shared his relief. It's easily done when the water's running as high as this. Cloudtail let out a snort. Ashfur was a strong warrior. He wouldn't drown like a kit. If we want to know how he died, we should be looking at WindClan. Firestar bent his head to sniff Ashfur's sodden body. There's no WindClan scent. The water would wash it off, Cloudtail pointed out. We'll talk about this later. Firestar glanced around swiftly. Dustpelt Graystripe, can you take Ashfur's body back to camp? The rest of us must go on, or the other clans will know something is wrong. I'll go too, Lionblaze volunteered. Ashfur was my mentor. Firestar nodded. Good. You others, follow me. As Firestar and the rest of his warriors half waded, half swam across the stream, Lionblaze and his clanmates picked up Ashfur's body. It hung between them, a dead weight, as they struggled back through the forest to the hollow. Thornclaw was on guard at the entrance to the camp. What? His fur rose as they dragged Ashfur up the tunnel. What happened? Dustpelt explained, while Lionblaze and Graystripe carried the dead warrior into the middle of the clearing. The moonlight shone silver on his drenched gray fur. Lionblaze thought he looked strangely small in death. It was hard to imagine the power that he held in his paws, the power to drag down his clan and bring shame on Squirrelflight and the kits who had believed they were hers. Lionblaze flinched at the sound of a distraught wail behind him. Whitewing had emerged from the warrior's den, followed by Birchfall. Did a fox get him? She cried. Lionblaze shook his head. We found him in the stream on WindClan border. It looks as if he's drowned. Whitewing shuddered. That's dreadful. Birchfall pressed his muzzle against hers. You mustn't upset yourself, he murmured. Think of the kits. Whitewing nodded. Slowly, she padded up to Ashfur's body and settled down beside it, her nose pushed into the cold, wet fur. Birchfall crouched protectively at her side to keep vigil along with her. He was a good mentor, he mewed sorrowfully. I'll miss him. By now other warriors were coming out of their den, forming a ragged circle around Ashfur and questioning one another in hushed, shocked voices. WindClan must have been at the bottom of this. Mark my words, Mousefur meowed as she padded up with Longtail. On the night of a gathering, too, Honeyfern's voice shook. StarClan will be angry. Firestar doesn't think any cat is to blame, Graystripe told them. Ashfur was just very unlucky. Mousefur snorted with disbelief as she bent at her stiff joints to crouch beside Ashfur's body. Lionblaze lifted his head to gaze up at the moon as it floated above the treetops. The clouds had cleared away. Perhaps Firestar was right. There was no need for StarClan to show their anger. Sighing, he crouched down in his turn and pushed his nose into his former mentor's fur. There was nothing to scent there but mud and water. Closing his eyes, he hoped that none of his clanmates could sense that instead of grieving, his mind was numb with relief. Lionblaze stayed beside Ashfur until the sky began to grow pale with the first hints of dawn. Other cats came and went around him, mewing in hushed voices. At last, Lionblaze heard the sound of movement in the thorn tunnel as Firestar and the rest of the clan began to return from the gathering. He stretched his cramped muscles and looked around to see Hollyleaf bounding towards him. Her eyes shone with a fierce light. You wouldn't believe what happened at the gathering, she hissed. Firestar didn't say a single thing about Ashfur. Lionblaze's pelt prickled with surprise. He didn't? Not a thing. One or two cats gave Hollyleaf a curious glance as she passed. Lionblaze touched her mouth with his tail to warn her to be quiet and drew her a pace or two away from Ashfur's body. He just passed on trivial bits of news about prey, Hollyleaf went on in a furious whisper. And he thanked our warrior ancestors for watching over us. Then that's all. Well, maybe he didn't want ThunderClan to sound weak, Lionblaze suggested. We're not weak because one cat dies, Hollyleaf spat. Lionblaze couldn't work out why she was so angry. Every clan leader reports stuff like that. It's part of what gatherings are for. And none of the other cats noticed that something was wrong? Hollyleaf shook her head. Obviously, Squirrelflight isn't the only cat who's good at lying. I don't think it's as bad as you're making out. Firestar must have his reasons, and clouds didn't cover the moon, so StarClan couldn't have been angry with him. Hollyleaf's only reply was a disgusted snort. Lionblaze pressed his muzzle against hers. Come on, let's sit vigil with Ashfur for a bit. His sister's eyes stretched wide. Sit vigil for that mange-ridden excuse for a cat? I can't believe you want to do that. Ashfur would have destroyed the whole clan if he'd lived for one more night. Without waiting for a reply, she whirled around and stalked towards the warrior's den. Lionblaze watched her go, hoping she would sleep off whatever was troubling her so much, then padded back to Ashfur's body and settled down beside it. Chapter 28. Okay, this is the last chapter, for sure. Oh my god, it's almost been 4.5 hours. Jayfeather followed Leafpool back to camp. A dawn breeze whispering across the clearing, and he could hear the beginning of birdsong in the trees above the hollow. A hush lay over the camp. Jayfeather could detect mingled feelings of grief and bewilderment as the cats tried to adjust to the fact that Ashfur was dead. He followed Leafpool as she padded into the center of the clearing where Ashfur's body lay. Jayfeather picked up the chill, watery scent that still clung to his fur, and the scents of Lionblaze, Birchfall, Whitewing, and Thornclaw, who still kept vigil beside him. He feels so cold and wet, Leafpool murmured, crouching beside Ashfur. This isn't how we should send him to his warrior ancestors. Jayfeather heard the rasps of her tongue as she began to lick the dead warrior's fur. Feelings of sorrow surged from her in waves, almost like a mother grieving for her kit. She wasn't in love with Ashfur, was she? Jayfeather wondered. She's a medicine cat. Gradually, the cats around Ashfur's body began to withdraw and creep back into their den. Lionblaze was the last to go, touching Jayfeather's shoulder briefly with his tail before he left. Not knowing what else to do, Jayfeather settled down opposite Leafpool and began to help her lick the dead warrior's fur. Sleep began to drift over him as he lapped with long, rhythmic strokes. A gasp from Leafpool jolted him awake. Horror swirled around her like stream in flood. What's the matter? He meowed. Come look at this. Oh, for a heartbeat, he heard her tongue working busily. Then she hissed, Come look at this. Jayfeather bit back the sarcastic reply that he couldn't look at anything. He worked his way around Ashfur's body until he was crouching next to his mentor. All Leafpool's muscles were stiff and her neck fur was standing on end. Jayfeather sniffed, picking up the scent of blood and raw flesh. Investigating with one paw, he felt the edges of a gash in Ashfur's throat. The kind of mark he would expect to see on a cleanly killed piece of prey. The kind of mark a cat didn't get from falling into a stream and drowning, but was made deliberately, with a slash of claws. He didn't drown, Ashfur whispered hoarsely. He was murdered. Jayfeather's mind whirled. If it wasn't for Leafpool's care over the dead warrior's body, no cat would have known how he had died. What would happen now? I'm gonna tell Firestar, Leafpool meowed. Jayfeather heard her racing across the clearing towards the tumbled rocks. A few moments later, 2 sets of paw steps returned, and Firestar crouched beside him to examine the body. Who would do this? Firestar sounded completely bewildered. WindClan? Leafpool suggested, her voice sharp with suspicion. We found him on the WindClan border. You know very well there was no WindClan scent on him, Firestar reminded her. Jayfeather could feel strong sensations of doubt coming from his clan leader. I know the water could have washed it away, but... His voice grew softer, as if he were arguing with himself. Why would WindClan kill just one warrior? Were they trying to warn us? But we're not a threat to WindClan. And Ashfur was clan-born, Jayfeather put in. WindClan has no reason to quarrel with him personally. True, Firestar mumbled. Jayfeather could hear his claws scoring the earth, but if it wasn't WindClan, then a ThunderClan cat must have killed Ashfur. No! Leafblow's horrified whisper cut through Jayfeather like an eagle's talon. No ThunderClan cat would do such a thing. It must have been WindClan. To Jayfeather, it sounded as if she was trying to convince herself as much as Firestar. What should we do? She asked tensely. The clan leader hesitated. This is no reason not to give honor to his body, he decided at last. We'll let the elders go ahead and bury him, then I'll speak to the clan. I'll fetch Mousefur and Longtail, Leafpool meowed. Jayfeather waited while the elders appeared from their den and the rest of the clan gathered around to say farewell to Ashfur. Leafpool must have licked his fur back over the gash in his neck because none of them seemed to notice it. When Mousefur and Longtail had left the clearing with the Grey Warrior's body dragging between them, Brambleclaw padded up to Firestar. I'll take the dawn patrol along the WindClan border, he announced. There might be some traces there to tell us what happened. Good idea, Firestar replied, but don't go just yet. There's something I need to say to the whole clan. Jayfeather picked up the deputy's puzzlement, then jumped when Lionblaze muttered into his ear, What's going on? Part of Jayfeather wanted to tell Lionblaze exactly what he had found, but he couldn't find the words. The discovery was too huge, with too many consequences that he couldn't begin to imagine. You'll know soon enough, he replied. He stood beside his brother, his claws working in the earth, while he waited for the elders to return. Hollyleaf came to join them, anxiety boiling out of her like bees buzzing out of a tree. Something terrible is going to happen, she whispered. I can feel it. Eventually, Mousefur and Longtail pushed their way through the thorns back into the clearing. Firestar climbed up to the high ledge. Jayfeather heard his voice raised to carry to every corner of the camp. Let all cats old enough to catch their own prey gather here beneath the high ledge for a clan meeting. Most of the clan were already out in the open, though Jayfeather heard movement by the nursery as Daisy and Millie emerged with their kits. Foxpaw and Icepaw scampered into the middle of the clearing, excited rather than worried by the unexpected summons. Jayfeather caught the scent of squirrelflight standing not far away. We've discovered more about Ashfur's death, Firestar began as soon as all cats were assembled. It wasn't an accident. There was a gash in his throat, and that means he was deliberately killed. Yowls of dismay rose up from every part of the clearing. Jayfeather's belly churned when he heard the terrible truth put into words. He could feel Hollyleaf and Lionblaze stiffen, and picked up their sense of horror. Fear and distress swept over him from Squirrelflight. Did a fox do it? Dustpelt demanded, raising his voice to be overheard over the clamor. There was no fox scent. The noise died down as Firestar spoke again, and a fox would have eaten him. Did he fall into the stream and cut his throat on a rock or a branch? Squirrelflight asked. Jayfeather could tell how desperate she wanted this to be true. I doubt it, Firestar told her. There was regret in his voice, as if he, too, would have been comforted by that explanation. It was a clean wound, like a hunting warrior would make on their prey. Are you saying a cat killed him? Cloudtail's voice rang out disbelievingly. WindClan, Thornclaw yowled. They must have found him by the border and killed him. We should attack them now. Caterwauls of agreement followed his words. It was several moments before Firestar could make himself heard again. We mustn't act too quickly, he warned his clan. There was no WindClan scent on Ashfur's body. In fact, there's no evidence at all that he was killed by a cat from another clan. Frozen silence filled the clearing. When Brackenfur broke it, his voice was shaking. Are you saying that one of us killed Ashfur? Jayfeather's heart thudded as he waited for Firestar's reply. His littermates tensed beside him, and he could hear Squirrelflight trying not to gulp for air as if she were being smothered. Do any of you know a reason why anyone in ThunderClan might want Ashfur dead? Firestar asked. Beside him, Lionblaze and Hollyleaf quivered under the weight of what they knew. A little further away, Squirrelflight held her breath altogether. Jayfeather knew they were all thinking of the scene on top of the cliff, when Squirrelflight's terrible secret had been shared in a storm of fire. That, and that alone, had to be the reason for Ashfur's murder. Now, for their own sakes, and for the sake of their clan, they must all conspire to keep the truth hidden forever.
We finished!
Oh my god, I didn't think I would do it. I was doubtful for an hour and a half in. I was doubtful I had the energy, but I did it. I did it. I completed it. We finished it.
We finished the book!
You know what that means, guys. That means next week we start the last one? Is this the... Hold on. What book is this? Long Shadows. We start the last book. Oh my god. Holy moly. Wait. What's going on here? Why is this book saying there's... Oh, is it because... Wait, what?
Why is it?
Oh my god, the PDF for this book sucks butts. I need a better one. Weebly Sunset. No. Sunset, Warriors Book, New Prophecy, Sunrise, Weed Warrior books. Oh no, I don't want to read from this. This is the only PDF they have. Ugh. I'm not going to be able to tell how long it's going to take because the pages are so small. It says there's 2,114 pages in this book because the pages are so small and weirdly set up. Why? Omen of the Stars. Power of 3. Is this a different one? It is. That's Outcast. Sunset? This is the last book of the second series. It sure is. Oh. This Warcraft Books. Here you can learn more about... Okay, Series 3. Powered by Weebly. May StarClan light your path, guys. Okay, well, this is useless to me.
Useless!
No. No! Warriors Archive? What is this? Oh, that's weird. Can like flip pages and stuff. The power of 3, read Warrior Cats. Literally, these are all the exact same site. I guess I'm gonna have to read it from that weird. So sad. This is where I cry. Wonder if I can change the font at least, but it's a PDF, so maybe not.
Wow.
Oh, the troubles I feel. Oh well.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Alright, guys, thanks for hanging out with me for these almost 5 hours of me reading Warrior Cats and also talking nonsense. I know that at some point Stream Raiders was finished, I believe, but I didn't press play because I was in the middle of something. So we'll finish it right now! Uh-oh. Good work, team! Wow! Ash and Peter. Wow, amazing work. Good job. Good show. Good show. Okay, I think I'm streaming with Dun tomorrow. I think we're gonna be practicing Fall Guys because we're participating in a Fall Guys tournament on June 8th, I believe. And we should train. We need to do a training arc, you know? Yeah, that's what we're up to tomorrow. And then next Thursday, we're gonna have a collab with Serin, I believe. Yeah. And then on Friday, I'm not sure yet. Something. We'll do something on Friday. Maybe I'll... wonder if Dark Souls is on sale. Dark Souls. I guess not. It would probably tell me. Yeah, it would. It's not on sale yet. But Fall Guys, didn't they already have one? Didn't they have a Fall Guys collab with Final Fantasy? I thought they did. But maybe it hasn't happened yet. Maybe I'm thinking of some other collab? Or maybe the Fall Guys were in Final Fantasy. Like that part of the collab has already happened. I'm not sure. Either way, I'll see you guys tomorrow. It's coming back. Second wave? Nice. I know there's a Mountain Dew collab that's happening right now where you can get a special Mountain Dew mount. Something like that. Okay, my good friends that I care about deeply. That aren't, you know, non-parasocially. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye! I'm not gonna rate anyone because I don't want to. Bye-bye! Bye-bye!